Greetings. So this is an odd time today, and this is for a purpose that I am here today. Let me just save this to my profile. Hope you're doing good. Those who are watching the recording can just forward to 2 minutes so that you can directly see from the point. Okay. I'm done with the posting. So yeah, this I thought I'll do this live because for the past 2-3 Sundays I have not been able to do these lives because I've been traveling very extensively. One Sunday I was in Kanjanad, the other Sunday I was in Tirunamalai, and this Sunday again I am going to be somewhere else, so I'm traveling. So I thought let me do this live because it needs to cover some important points. And it's okay if we do not have people today here because I know it's a very odd day. It's a Thursday and it's a very, very odd time. It's like 11:30 in the morning. So I don't expect anybody. And since with the very short notice I had given for this live, so that's okay if I don't see any of you here. I just treat this as a recording because for me to record and then edit it and put it, it'll take a lot of time. So I said, let me just directly do this on the server of Facebook. So it all begins with the New Year wishes and all that going on right now. A lot of things are happening and all are gearing up for new lives and new purposes, New Year resolutions and all that stuff. So yes, that's another kind of a catch, the kind of platform that I'm speaking about, the kind of topics that I'm covering, the kind of path that I'm walking and I'm sharing doesn't really gets interested in these details, in such details of okay, let me just check. Okay. The path that we walk on, the mystic path of awareness, doesn't really actually deal on with these things like being so interested in details of outer glitter or anything that does not give a complete meaning. Complete deep meaning, if it is not there, the seekers on this path are not interested. The seekers on this path of awareness are always interested because they are very aware, they are very conscious. They consciously want to know the meaning behind everything, the meaning behind why they are doing a certain thing. It's never, the seekers of awareness will never do anything blindly. They will never do anything without a meaning, without a profoundness. So that's how we are influenced. And that's how we walk the path. Because this path actually is about clearing all the clutters. The clutters of the conditioning that we are completely overwhelmed with. You know, it's very easy to say these things, but I know how difficult it is. I know how difficult it is because it is all due to our conditioning. The difficulties again come due to our conditioning. Only due to our conditioning. Now, if you identify the obstacles in the journey, it's very easy to overcome the obstacles in the journey. But if you do not understand or even get an idea of what these obstacles are, it's very difficult. Because I've seen all these 20-25 years, I've observed very carefully. People are having a blind walk. It's a blind walk. Everybody knows that they are going, but no one knows where they are going. If you want, just ponder for a time and you'll notice this thing. You'll notice that you know where you're going. You do not know where you're going, but you know you're going. Somewhere you're going. Now, the path of awareness is to make you aware of where you're going and why you're on the path. What is the purpose? Where is the goal? Because many times I talk to many people. Wherever I meet them, they do travels here and there. And I ask them, what are you looking for on the path? Oh, it's enlightenment. Oh, it's liberation. Then I ask them, what is liberation? There is a pause. I ask them, what is enlightenment? There is a pause. Then there will be answers. There will obviously be some answers. But I am not interested in the answers. I am interested in the clarity there. And that pause will tell how clear you are on the path. So, what I am asking is, if we do not know what is that object that we are looking for, or what is that goal, how does it seem? What does it seem like? Why am I striving to be in that position? If I have no clarity about this, the whole path is very confusing. That is why most of the confusions are there in the seekers. There is a deep kind of dissatisfaction all the time. A discontentment. Something is not right somewhere. This feeling is always there. I've seen this. Something not right somewhere. Something more can happen. If everything is happening, if I am doing everything, why am I not feeling at home? Why am I not feeling at peace? Why am I not feeling fulfilled? Why am I not feeling liberated? Why is there no freedom? Why am I still feeling so bound? So in that boundness, when there is no clarity and you continue doing what you're doing without clarity, you get more bound. That is where the frustration comes, delusions comes, and hopelessness comes. It is also a dissatisfaction. It is certainly not an inspiration. And then many take off from the journey. Because it's so confusing. Somewhere a vague idea is there. I'm walking the path because I need to feel good. I feel nice, liberated, or enlightened. And nothing is happening. Or maybe something is happening, but it's so momentary that before I realize and before I want to even catch it, it's gone from my hand. It's so frustrating. And again there is a chase to get that thing back again. And I know when I get it, it won't remain for long. And when I know if I get it, and it's not going to remain for long, then why am I chasing it? Why am I madly behind it? So it's a very confusion. And my purpose of being on this platform is to provide clarity for those who love to have clarity. You know, the path is very, very difficult. Difficult because of this one reason. Do you know Lord Krishna, when he was talking to the people, he wanted to educate them. He wanted to liberate them. But he was not successful. Even the people, immediate people around him, couldn't understand what he is talking about. But he talked the ultimate truth, come what may. Be it Arjuna, be it Duryodhana. He talked to them the truth. Now why is it that Arjuna caught the truth? And why is that Duryodhana could not catch the truth? Though they both listened to it. It's not that Duryodhana did not listen to what Krishna said. He listened. He knew what Krishna is talking. And he knew that Krishna is talking the truth. And so did Arjuna also knew. What is the difference then? Why one changed for better and the other did not? Towards enlightenment. Very small difference. A thin difference. The approach. Lord Krishna told and explained the good and bad, the right and wrong, the Viveka, what can redeem, what can liberate you. Lord Krishna spoke to every single being that he could. Because that was his dharma, to intimate and inform people and save them. From what? Save them from adhogati. So he gave teaching in samanyata, in equality to everyone. But why is that Duryodhana could not get it? And why is that Arjuna could get it? See, when Krishna was telling the catch of karma and the right and wrong, what must you do to attain that enlightenment, and what must you not do? What must you be careful of? To not do, so that you don't fall on the pit, into the pit. Before Krishna could complete, Duryodhana knew exactly what Krishna is saying. He just said, Krishna, I know what you're speaking. I know about the right and wrong. I know this is correct, this is not correct. Everything is there. Even my Viveka tells me, I must do this, I must not do this. So do not tell me about all these things. What is right, what is wrong. I know, everybody knows. But the problem is, even though I know what is right, I'm not inclined. I don't feel interested in it. I cannot do it. I know this is wrong. I must not do it. But even though I know I must not do it, I still end up doing it. Why? Because there is a certain pull from me, within me, that makes me do that. So the approach here of Duryodhana was tell, I know it. I know all these things. Something is there from within me. I cannot do it. So don't tell me about it. But when this same thing was told to Arjuna, he also said the same thing. Arjuna also said the same thing. He said, Lord, I know all these things. I know my Viveka shows me what is right, what is wrong. I understand all these things. But please help me out. Please show me the way. Please help me understand where is it and why is it that I am not able to catch what is right and discard what is wrong. See the approaches. Both knew what the teachings are. Both know what is right and wrong. One said, I am unable to do it. I can't do it. The other said, I know what is right and wrong, that is Arjuna. But I need help. I need clarity on understanding how to get over all this. And the solution was again given, again in equality, by Lord Krishna to Duryodhana and to Krishna and to Arjuna. Now one, even after the solution, was not interested because he said there is some force within me. So I know all these things. Don't blah 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 blah. All these lectures and all, I know about it. I know all these things. Many people when I talk to them, they say this. I know all these things here. I know all these things. You tell me what now? What next? I tell them, you should tell what next. They say, no, you tell me what next. Means the approach is that I know all these things, I know all these philosophies, but I can't apply it. I can't apply it. Is there any way that it can be applied into my life from somewhere? Or you can do something to apply it into my life. So the approach of a willingness to do it. I want to do it. I'm ready to do it. I just need clarity on it. And then I walk on it. So the path of awareness is all about clarity. Clarity is given very clearly. As you develop your awareness, clarity comes to you. But the application again is in your free will. We must make these efforts again and again, because today I was talking about the spirituality and being very practical, not to apply prematurely any kind of teachings that are very high, very deep. So there can be a question that if I cannot apply all these right now into my life, all these great teachings, then why listen to it? Then why even know about it? Because if I'm not ripe enough, if I'm not ready enough, and if it can create a problem, then why should I get into all these things? That is the Duryodhana approach. The Arjuna approach is, yes, I know all these things. I am not there yet. Arjuna never said I am there yet. He said, I need help to be there yet. But I want to know. There is a deep quest for knowing. Because once I know these things, these get into my chitta, into my consciousness. And these then remind me of that. So I need constant reminders. Give me reminders. Give me the solutions. And as I proceed in my journey, as I ripen, let the fruits bear. Arjuna never said, don't put the seeds in me. He was willing to the seeds to be put in him, sown in him. And he knew that if the seeds fall in him, it's not going to overnight sprout up into fruits. He knew that, but one day it will sprout out. But for that one day, for that fruit to ripen, the seed has to fall in. If I want the fruit, the seed has to come in. How is it possible that if I don't put the seed today, the fruit I would expect? It is not possible. So for that, the seeds, the grounds were ready. Arjuna's land was tilted. And he said, my land is ready. It's a fertile land. It can grow crops. You put the seeds into it. Arjuna was not that way. Arjuna said, I want the fruits. But who will till the land? Who's going to till the land now? I don't care for your seeds. Because the seeds, I know the fruit. I know the kind of fruit it is. I know it is that seed only. But I am not interested in your seeds. Give me the fruits. That's where the catch is. That's where precisely I was talking today about. Not applying prematurely any mature teachings does not mean discarding it, does not mean not making your land fertile, does not mean throwing away the seeds or not even accepting the seeds. It is a knowing, it's an awareness that you take in the seeds of everywhere, from wherever you can. All the teachers, all the scriptures, all the texts, all the beautiful inspirations, quotes, the mistakes, everybody who has already walked on the path, look at them very carefully. Watch them. Take the seeds from them. When I've traveled all my life, going to different places, doing to different mistakes, what am I doing? I'm gathering the seeds. Not the fruits, seeds. Because I know I can get the seeds from them. Because they have potentially powerful trees, fruits, under whom I can sit, the shade of which I can sit. The approach changes everything. The approach changes everything. Otherwise, the approach is not right, nothing will change. I can challenge you. Spend a janma in this earth plane. Do whatever special sadhanas and special, whatever, the most powerful ones. the most hidden and secretive kind of practices. Do it. I can vouch and challenge on this. Nothing will change. There might be a little changes. परिवर्तन दिख सकता है थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ वहां, वो परिवर्तन में फंस जाते हैं. परिवर्तन माया है, रूपांतरण नहीं होता. रूपांतरण के लिए देयर हैज टू बी ए कंप्लीट विलिंगनेस टू टिल द लैंड. That tilling the land, that deep interest in tilling the land day and night, that deep interest to gather the beautiful and quality seeds from the universe, and that deep interest to preserve those seeds from the birds, to preserve it from dying, to protect those seeds, to add manure and continue watering the fields. That is spirituality. Only those seeds shall become the fruits. Mark my words. Mark my words. Meet me after 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, if I am alive in this body, and let me know. I speak from history. I'm just not saying anything from history. I'm talking about Lord Krishna's words. I'm talking about the Jesus Christ's teachings, of Lord Buddha's. Not all of them succeeded. They succeeded in their mission. What they came and they got liberated. They succeeded in achieving their final goals. But when it came to help others achieve that, they didn't succeed. History is a witness to this. Why? Why, if they were so powerful, they could not influence? It is not about their influence, it is about who wants to be influenced. That seeking, intense seeking to be influenced, that intense seeking to tilt your own land, that intense seeking to protect, to gather the seeds and protect the seeds, and to nourish your own land, that is called mumukshatva. Without mumukshatva, no enlightenment. It's told in the scriptures very clearly. So many methods, but it needs basic some qualities. One of it, on the topmost, is mumukshat, intense seeking, intense longing, desire for liberation or enlightenment, whatever you call it. Because only then the other journey will begin. It is said even in the scriptures, there are 3 basic necessities for enlightenment. First is you must have a human body. Manushya Janma. Because this enlightenment is granted only through a physical human body. Because this human body is a very powerful tool, an instrument, which can navigate itself out of the loop of karmas. No other body or no other mechanism or system is as powerful as this human body. Largely because of the presence of intellect, the power to choose, which no other species has. That is why all other species, even if they want to liberate, they have to take the human body. That's the cosmic law. So out of the 3 most important necessities, first is needing a human body, which you and me have. Only then we can even listen to this or understand this or learn or read or whatever. Without a human body, this is not possible. To even understand this concept, awareness, this This faculty called awareness is only available to the human, which is developed consciousness. The second necessity after the human body is the need of an enlightened master, it said. Any enlightened master who has already been there, the guidance and instructions of that master. In brief, we call it the grace of that master. What is grace? Grace is nothing but the sankalpa of that enlightened being. That if I have been enlightened, let others also be. And with that volition, with that intention, they walk. And they do all the activities so that those who align with it reach it. That those who align with that is called grace. So the grace of an enlightened master is the second necessity, which most of you, I believe the first we all have, the second most of us have got it. Even if you don't have it, you can be entitled to it. Even if you don't have a guru or a master, you can be entitled to it. Not everybody needs a master. Very practical, I am telling you. Who doesn't need a master is one who already had a master in the previous life and who has undergone those rigorous practices and have been free from it. Very rare cases these are. But yes, in that case, the inner consciousness is so mature now that the inner self becomes the inner master, the inner guru, whatever it's called. So, the grace of that external or internal guru is needed. And what is the internal guru? Again, alignment with the external guru and alignment with the Param Tattva, with the highest divine source. If you are in alignment with that, that is called grace. It automatically flows. It takes you in that direction, internal or external. So, this is the second requirement. The third requirement is mumukshatva, intense desire or longing for liberation. So what we are talking here right now is a very ripe subject. I get it. Very, very ripe subject. If you are even listening to this live or recorded, you are a ripe person. Because only the ripeness will give you interest even in this. I told you, Duryodhana knows. Duryodhana knows. Everybody knows. You see, all are Gyanis. You look into this world, everybody knows everything. There's nobody who knows nothing. Everybody knows nothing. They even know everything about spirituality. They might even know all the Shastra Gyan, all the Shastras. They will know everything. But when it comes to application, it works only when you are an Arjuna. You tell Krishna, enlighten me. Enlighten me means he is not asking another. The readiness, the willingness from within. He's ready now. I'm ready, he says. Let me know what I need to do. One touch and that's enough because his land is already tilted. Only the seeds need to fall there from Krishna. That's all. That readiness. The human body he has. The alignment with his master he is, Krishna. Readiness. And the third, the intense seeking, the willingness. Ready to change. Ready to apply. All the three is valid. Whereas in Duryodhana, he has a human body. Second one is missing, no alignment. Third one is not there at all. It's absent. There is no willingness. Land is not tilted. There is no intense seeking. There is only a casual desire for enlightenment. So it didn't work with him. History says all this. So, It doesn't mean that, if we are premature or we are not in that position, we cannot understand, or we are not entitled to mature teachings, not at all. It doesn't mean that, if we are not yet ready and we don't understand this, so we should not read anything higher, or we should not. The only thing is, if you try to read, you may not understand. That's another thing. So if you get it from somebody who understands it, it might easen up your work. That is why things like Ramana Tattva are not very famous. How many philosophies do you see about the teachings of the like of Bhagavan Nityananda or Nisargadatta Maharaj or Ramana Maharishi? Very difficult, because it looks very difficult. It's like, what is this all about? Self and all these things. Everything is inside, Guru is inside, I am inside, all these things. I can't get it. Because I am so used to the outside things, outside teachers, outside scriptures, everything is outside. And what is this inside? Where do I go inside? Where is this inside? If Ramana says, abide in yourself, go into yourself, where is myself? If I close my eyes, I can't find where myself is. Where do I go into this body? Do I go here? Do I go here? Do I go here? Or in the heart? Or where? I don't understand. For them, it is very difficult to understand Ramana Tattva. Why? Because the readiness may be there, but the ripeness is not there, because the fruit has not yet ripened to get the sweetness of the fruit. So it is very natural that those who don't understand these concepts are never attracted to such kind of teachings. They look on for teachings that's outside, that's very fulfilling, that's very promising, or that's just rewarding, like Duryodhana. Give me the fruits, give me the fruits. So there are people who search for fruits. I've seen this everywhere. From pillar to post, there is a running. From guru to guru, there is a running. From religion to religion, there is a running. From book to book, there is a running. From ashrams to ashram, there is a running. From videos to videos, there is a running. From mentor to mentor, there is a running. You take it, name it, and they are there. Understand why this happens. This is because of the need for the fruits. They see the fruits. They are seeing the fruits hanging everywhere. In this book, in that book, this master, that master, in this path, that path, this sadhana, that practice, this meditation, this philosophy, that theory. They can see the fruits hanging everywhere. Or there are people in that lineage who have had those fruits. Now I want those fruits. But my only intention is the fruits. I don't want anything else. Give me the fruits. Can you give me the fruits? Give me. I go and sit there. Can you give me the fruits? How many days am I going to get the fruits? How fast can you get it to me? What can you do to ripen the fruits in me? This is the normal approach that I've seen. All these fails. It doesn't work. So naturally people are disappointed after some time. They question whether it works or not. What is missing there is again these 3 points. This willingness, intense longing, and the readiness to tilt one's own land, to take the responsibility for oneself, and to walk, and to gather the seeds as an investment. An investment because they know this is a pearl, what I receive. This Mahatma is talking a pearl. This great noble being is telling something that has a pearl. This great one is sharing his wisdom. Because when we go to different ashrams, when we go to different Mahatmas, you can see they share their wisdom, they share their teaching, they share their life, they share their experiences, they share their knowledge, they share their blessings, their love, the grace. They're always sharing. But we take on all these gifts from them, not in the form of fruits. We must be humble enough to tell, give me the seeds. Give me the seeds and I will protect it, safeguard it, nourish it. I will develop it. Because it's my journey. It's my responsibility. But you give me the seeds. And that seed is taken with utmost reverence, humility, respect, and gratitude. Why? Because the seeds from Mahatmas are quality seeds. You see, if you go into the farming business, there is value always for the quality of seeds, not just seeds. You get all kind of seeds, the rates, the prices differ in the seed, quality of the seeds. Why? Because the quality of the seed determines the quality of the fruits, the harvest. So they always want good quality, and for good quality they do pay a certain price. And they always invest in good quality seeds. So it's a natural tendency to have this kind of an approach and be in the habit of gathering these seeds. So when you are in the habit of gathering these seeds, you know it is a seed. Will you eat it immediately? No. You will wait for it to fructify. That is what I mean by all the higher teachings, deep wisdom that you get, which you understand. They are seed form. They are always in the seed form. I am telling you, they are never fruits. Catch this very clearly. Any higher teachings, not just that you hear, even if you have taken up a scripture and you are reading it and suddenly you have an aha moment. Wow. If that has burst forth within you, means it has opened up within you, know that a seed has been sown. It's not the fruit. Something has just blossomed as a small sapling. Be happy for it. I get that. So when you read a teaching, when you understand a teaching and something in your soul says, I get that. Wow. I get that. You have taken the seed. Like the example of Ramana says, silence is everything. Summa. He says what? As people ask him, what is the path about? What is all this? He says, be silent. Be quiet. That is the secret. Is that all? That's it, he says. What is enlightenment? Silence. What is the path? Silence. Be silent. Be silent? How can I be that? What do I do? Do nothing. He says, do nothing. Why? There is nothing to do. What is the result of this path? Nothing. Nothingness. So you can see all this abstract. We are going to achieve nothingness. The ultimate state of freedom is nothingness. For that we do nothing. We are nothing, we become nothing. The worship is all gone. So we be nothing. And when you become nothing, you are silence. Is that all? He says, that's it. That's how simple spirituality is. Now, that what he is giving is a seed. He is not giving the fruit. Oh, Gurudeva, give me the secrets. This is the secret. Take it. And the moment you take it, you are enlightened. Does anybody say that? No way. This is the secret. Take it. And from today, the moment you know the secret, you are mukt. Is that possible? Is that happened anywhere? No. Why? What they are actually pointing is just the seed. They are just sowing a seed within you. A seed of their fruit. The fruit. You ask them, what is that fruit? What is that fruit, O Gurudeva, O enlightened, O noble one? What is that fruit? And they say, this is the fruit, the nothingness, the bliss. How did you get that fruit and what does it taste like? Then they go on saying, be nothing, do nothing, say nothing. Now, if you catch that in the seed form, you know that, okay, this is the seed that I sow into my soul, and I know eventually there will be a stage where I will be doing nothing, where everything is effortless, where everything becomes silence, where the doership in me will dissolve. What am I saying, Sigma language? It will, I'm saying. There will be a time where the doership will dissolve, means it is not yet dissolved. There will be a time when there will be silence, means there is still not silence. There will be a time when you do nothing, means I'm doing right now. This is practical spirituality. I'm not saying the moment I get the fruit, okay, I do nothing, I will go mauna, I will tyaga, I will renounce everything. What's hopelessness? Everything. I'll just renounce. I will not even put efforts. Why? He says it's effortlessness. An enlightened, noble being said that. That's the secret of his do nothing. Now, if you try to eat the fruit there only, this is what will happen. You're immediately trying to eat the fruit, whereas it is just in the seed form. You cannot eat seeds. You can sow seeds. You can eat fruits. If you eat seeds, it will be indigested. Try to swallow seeds. What will happen seeds when you swallow? It will exit the same way as a seed. It will not get digested. But if you eat the fruit, it will get digested properly. So this is where the catch is. The catch is in this. Because I see many are all, we might be in the advanced stages where we understand all this philosophy. Understanding is one thing, but living it is another thing. When we have not realized and we have not ripened till that state where we can naturally be that without acting or pretending to be that or taking on something before we are actually ripened, if we do that, then there is a big problem that's going to happen. Serious problems can happen. That is what I mentioned in today morning's post. So I have wanted to make this a little more clear. Because I don't know if, again, this Sunday I won't be having a live. And 2 Sundays missed and I'm getting mails. So I said, let me do when I have the time. You can even watch this recorded. It's very important. Very, very important. Especially when the whole world is geared up for another new year. An old year is gone. So we love living in this pretension that, oh, the old is gone, now new is coming. We only every year, 31st December, we have these great hopes. And probably 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, it keeps on fading, the enthusiasm of January. Where everything is new, we want to see everything new. We want ourselves also to be renovated, and we want all the old to go and new resolutions to come. We pick up new things and we have new dreams and hopes that new things will come in. You call that optimism, I call that bullshit. In the name of optimism, say this optimistic, are you serious? You mean to say you get optimistic only in the year end? Out of 365 days, a person gets optimistic only in those last few days of the year and the starting few days of the new year. It's craziness. Life doesn't work that way. You need to be consistent in your resolutions. Every day, if you can consider every day as a new day, and in the morning you have your resolutions, in the evening you can check it out where you have reached, and every morning you renovate yourself, that can make sense. But once in 365 days you wake up and then you want to have resolutions, and then it's a fad. It's a dead ritual. It is an unconscious ritual, custom, a tradition developed by unconscious people. Just like the happy birthday feet. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy Christmas, happy Diwali, happy Ramzan. Going on, happy, happy, happy. Wishing each other. Waiting to be wished for each other. Each and every festival, including your birthday. Why can't your birthday be every day? We are actually birthing every day. Your everyday cells are dying, everyday cells are birthing. Check it out with science. Every day you die, every day a part of you is dying. Who sees that? Every day you are birthing. Every day you are a new consciousness. Every day you can be some new person altogether. When you become a new person altogether, you are having a new birth already. Conscious and aware beings, aspirants, very deeply imbibe these things. This makes sense. They are never into all these senseless things. Unconscious. They will never fall into unconscious behavior because the whole herd is running like in one direction. And all the herd, you ask them. You jump into any herd. I've been in many herds. Ask them. Just jump. Where are you going? I don't know. Then where? I don't know. Everybody's going. Come. You also come. But where? I don't know. See, can't you see? The whole thing is going. But where? You need not find out all that. It must be in a good direction. It might be somewhere sensible. But you are not knowing. Why should I know? See, everybody is going. But aren't you worried or thinking, is this the right direction or something? How can it be wrong? How can so many people be wrong? Look at that. There one person is going alone. There one person is going alone. There you can see far one person going alone. But here we have a herd. You're safe. Follow. Keep walking. Those are lost people. You can see. They're not in the herd. Even that guy who's listening to this pravachan is scared now. Why will that person want to go there? It looks so scary. No one there. A single person and all that. And what if I'm going with that person and something happens to that person? What? I'm alone then. Here at least somebody is there. Ek nahi to dusra nahi to teesra. It goes on. Infinite. My protectors, my redeemers, my security. It's like a tuition class. All going to the same tuition. And one day I flink and all, I don't go. It's okay, I can borrow notes. Somebody else has attended there, no? I can take from that person. So somebody is always there. So we are all on the path and we are all connected to each other. We are calling up, WhatsApps and everything. All interconnected. And whether I am actively there in that doesn't make sense. Somebody is there actively there. You give me updates. And just that feeling of that update. Somebody somewhere did something and I'm updated. And I know the herd is going in this direction. Oh, safe, protected. Fine. Even if I do or don't do anything. It's going. This is what happens when a person is not yet awakened. This is not awakening. Awakening has not yet happened. Awakening means one is fully conscious. They get up and they are looking around. They are questioning things. They are questioning themselves first. Where am I? What am I doing? What meaning is this? What kind of a goal am I being led to? Oh, this does not match with what I am feeling. With what I deeply feel, this thing does not match. Then action does not match. I have a group around me, 20 people around me, but all the 20 are different. This person I don't feel is aligned with what I am feeling. That person I feel is not aligned with that first person. The first two are not aligned with the main theme itself of what group they are in. Everybody seems to be in a different world. And here I am also in a different world. I question myself. What is all this about? What am I trying to get here? What am I trying to reach? Where am I trying to reach? If you really want to know if everybody is really heading in the same direction, do one thing. Ask them some secret questions. Ask them, where are you going? You are here, fine. Where are you going? There will be some pause, questioning. So that means there is no clarity, even where they are going. Okay, forget. You don't have clarity, that is why you are with a group of people who have clarity, you believe. Because you aren't clear, so you are clear. Now people have clarity there. Now you go and ask them, where are you going? That person will go and ask somebody else, where are you going? There will be a pause. Then all confused sit together, 15, 20. And then in chorus ask, where are we going? Everybody will look at each other. Where are we going means, where is the destination? Where am I going to end? Where this thing is all going to end, this concept, this philosophy, this theory, whatever. Where is this going to end? Just see the feedbacks that comes. Nobody knows. Even common goal is not there. Everybody knows they're going. It's going somewhere we are going. Okay, let's keep going. Why? Because I'm entertained. Spiritually, I'll be entertained. Spiritually, I'll not feel alone. Spiritually, there will be some hopes, some kind of ashwasan. And all is well, all is well, all is well, all is well. And when the day comes, I find that nothing is well. Awareness. Now, these groups I'm saying are there everywhere. I'm not just talking about spiritual paths. Anywhere you see, even in your neighborhood, you see there are groups. Common understanding. Common. What you famously called the tribes. Soul tribes. They have new phenomena here. They have brought the tribes into soul tribes now. Now the feathers, the birds of the same feather flock together. They say. Or very commonly in the world they say, you are known by the friends you keep. You move around with. Automatically, because same feathers. Same interests, same ideas, same philosophies, same interests, same tendencies, same beliefs. You'll see all the groups are having one common understanding, common belief, common faith. Belief, I'm telling you, belief, not experience. Belief means what? Belief means a theory in mind. It's not their experience yet. Like I might say, I'm a believer of God. So we have a group of believers of God. They believe in God. They have not experienced God. There's a difference. We believe. We believe in certain fundamentals. We believe in certain principles. We believe this. So this is all believers groups. Who has experienced God? Nobody. I remember seeing Osho's post the other day. Don't care about all these things because you don't even know about the existence of God. Fundamentally, it's unproven if you go to see that way. Even if you don't know if there is hell, there may be and all that. He is not denying anything. There may be God, there may be all these things might be there, but fundamentally it's not proven. There is no actual validation of it. So it's a belief. It's still a belief. See, so true it is. These are people who challenge their own systems, awareness, deep awareness of things. I'm not here, I'm not an atheist also, I'm telling you. I'm neither a theist. You see, when you get into awareness, you don't belong to any category. It's very confusing. Or if you are not a theist, believer of God, then you must be atheist, non-believer of God. You say, I'm none. How can that be? Then which category you are? You see, you automatically say, you have to belong to a category. Your name? I'm Jacob. Christian. I said, no, I'm not a Christian. Oh, then must be a Hindu, because Hindu philosophy. Is not a Hindu. How is that possible? Then what are you? I'm nothing. Not possible. Which religion? No religion. How can that be? You're talking about religion. That's your fundamentals. That's your belief that what I talk is your religion, because you have heard it from there. Confusing. Confusing because all our life we have believed and lived with a certain ideology, with a certain group. We can always identify always our existence only in something, only if we are in some set of people or ideas, then we validate our experience. If you are not there, you are an alien. How can you be? You cannot survive. So if I say I am not an atheist, and I say I am not a theist also, I am not a believer in God, I am not either a non-believer in God. What do you believe in? I believe in nothing. I know my existence. Believing nahi. I know my existence and I know the consciousness that I am, and this consciousness is boundless. It has no boundaries. It has absolutely no boundaries. It belongs to nothing. Yet, it belongs to everything. This is the tattva of omnipresence. The tattva of shunya. The nothingness. In the nothingness, you will find everythingness. And in the everything, you will find nothing. See the two extremes. One belief says, there is nothing in this world. It's shunya. No existence. You go and find out. You say, Neti, I am not this. I am not this body. I am not this mind. I am not this emotion. I am not this feeling. I am not this personality. I am not this individuality. I am not this. I am not that. I am not this. I am not that. Neti, neti, neti. Keep on doing, keep on doing, keep on doing. You go to nothingness. I am nothing. I am nothing. That I am also will go. Nothing will remain. That person who says, I am nothing, that person also will dissolve. Nothing. That's the shunya. Is that the truth? Yes. Because both the opposites can be the truth. But here we say, no, you got to have one. You either are a believer of God or a non-believer of God. But I am saying, both can exist at the same time, because I am saying I am neither this, neither that. And I am saying I am this also, I am that also. I believe in God. I don't believe in God. Both at the same time. How is that possible? The same. See this fundamental. One ideology is shunya, nothing. You go on giving up everything. You reduce yourself to nothing, zero. The other is you go on extending yourself. The first one I said exclusive. You exclude yourself from everything. I am exclusive. And the second one is inclusive. You include yourself in everything. I am in this. I am in that. I belong to this religion. I also belong to that religion. I am in the trees. I am in the skies. I am in the waters. I am in the rock. You expand yourself everywhere. And when you keep on expanding, there is not a single atom where you are not there. You are into infinite. When you expand, you are infinite. So one is expansion, and the other you can see is the inversion of that. Nothingness. One is nothingness, one is everythingness. Both are correct. That is why it says, both are interconnected. In that nothingness, there is everythingness, and in the everythingness, there is nothingness. These are the deeper truths. This I used to listen years back from many masters, from many places, very genuine places. But I couldn't understand. But it interested me. All these fundas, all these philosophies interested me. So I gathered them like seeds. And eventually, flowers began blossoming. Fruits started showing up. Which once was invested as a seed, eventually, gradually opened up as fruits. And when it became fruits and when I tasted the fruits, I understood what the meaning was. So all that I'm trying to say is, until the fruits happen, you can collect the precious seeds. Somebody asked in the morning, I posted, prematurely, don't apply mature teachings where you have not reached, you are not ripe yet, but you put that. Like if you don't have vairagya within you, you are still in the samsara, and then you come to know somebody is saying, kuch nahi hai duniya mein. Sab moh maya hai, everything is maya, everything is illusion. There's nothing here. Everything has to go one day, and then this is the philosophy. Oh, noble one, have you got enlightened in this manner? Yes, this is my reality. I've realized that nothing is in this world. Now, if you take the fruits, you'll take the fruits and run away, and you try to become nothing because you heard somebody, noble one, saying that's his success formula. So you have snatched the success formula and tried to immediately apply. It's not going to work, because even if it works, you will go back and you'll renounce everything. And then you'll say, I don't need this, I don't need that. I don't need a house, I don't need these kind of clothes. Let me wear a bhagwa kapda, orange or white clothes, and then let me take renunciation. Let me quit everything. Let me drop my family. Let me drop my possessions. Everything. I leave and I walk straight. One day he will walk. 2 days he will walk. 3rd day he will feel hungry. 4th day he will feel attraction. 5th day his inner attachment will call him from somewhere. 6th day his possessions will call him from somewhere. 7th day he will know that he needs money for something. I cannot survive in this world. He will remember his bank balance. 8th day he will remember, so much of shelter problems and all this. I cannot survive in this. How better I was there. He will remember his house. 9th day he will see nobody there to look after me. Nobody is even caring. Nobody is bothered. He will remember his wife and husband and children and parents, and it goes on. What has happened? He took the fruits and ran away, tried to eat the fruits. He's not ripe yet, but he tried, attempted it. That is not going to work, I'm telling you. Prematurely, if you apply mature teachings, it's not going to work. Prematurely, you must preserve the seeds. That doesn't mean that, if I'm premature, then why even listen to all these things and all? Vairagya and all these things. Because people tell that also. This is not my age, this is not my time. I don't want to listen to all that. Tivra Vairagya, Moksha. Who wants to get redeemed there? I'm having a gala time here, and you're saying, because I asked somebody, what is Moksha? He says, you dissolve into everything. Dissolve means what? How will that feel? There's no one to feel. No one to feel? You mean I don't exist? No, you won't exist, but you still exist. What confusing? I don't exist means what? Then my identity. What will I do without my existence? I don't want all that. Not ready yet. Okay, don't take it. Not ready yet. But don't throw the seeds. Take the seeds with you. Because that's the ultimatum. Ultimatum of your last end of your goal, where you're walking. So-called spirituality that you have started walking, it leads there. So there is some practical knowledge in that. Even if if you can't decipher it, keep it. Okay, it leads to there. Okay, fine. Fine. Right now I'm not understanding. It's okay. Okay. I'll be practical. But I'm aware of what is going to happen to me if I keep walking on this path. The Mahatma tells I'm in silence. Like Ramana says, be in silence. What is the ultimatum? Nothing. What must we be to become that nothing? Nothing. What will you get out of it? Nothingness. So what do? Do nothing. No doership. No efforts. Nothing is needed. Just sit there. Now, a person who has not reached to that level, and if I have tamogun in me, if I have lethargy, laziness in me, now this is a jackpot for me. I will catch that and say, yes, this is so easy. I never knew this. Now I got the secret mantra. Now I become silent. I do nothing, no efforts, nothing, and I sit there. Do you think things are going to unwind? No way. Vasanas will be there, it will trouble. You can't sit still even if you want to sit still. You can't be silent. Many people say mauna, become mauna. Some people give me a lecture also. But what are you talking all this for? Don't you see Ramana said, mauna, somewhere. Don't talk. I prefer the practical way. When I have to be silenced, when my inner being has to go silent, I know that day will come and I'm okay with it. But right now, if I'm not in that position, I'm okay with that too. Very practical spirituality. I'm aware of where it leads. So what we are doing on the spiritual path is we are walking the path. We are doing our efforts and allowing things to happen on its own, gradually to take its. Like Ramana also said, to become effortless, you have to reach a state of effortlessness. But he said to reach a state of effortlessness, you need to put efforts in the start. Even to get to the state of not doing, you first have to do something. You cannot say, I am not going to do any practice also. I don't want to do anything. I just want to sit still. Right? Only the doing, when you keep on doing, and you experience all that, and you go through the experiences, and you learn very deeply through everything, then you will come to know what is the problem in doing. For that you have to do. So keep doing. The other day I was listening to Swami Sarva Priyananda, one of the great non-dualistic master of the Ramakrishna Mission monastic order. One mission that I revere from my heart. Two missions that I revere from my heart is, one is Ramakrishna Mission, the other is Ramanashram. Real profound and powerful missions that is going on for generations because the tattva is so strong. The foundation of the tattva is so strong. The goal is so strong. Both the goals are straight enlightenment. They don't deviate from enlightenment is the path and nothing else. You can see in both these, Ramakrishna Mission and Ramanashram, Tivra, they discard, they don't accumulate. It's all about discarding everything and realizing who I am. But by first understanding who I am not. You become enlightened first about who I am not. You watch all your who you are not. That I am not this envy. I am not this lust. I am not this anger. I am not this greed. I am not this selfishness. So you first become aware, which is the same path that I am talking so much about, shifting to aware. You become first aware of what you are not. You acknowledge completely and you see that these are your own obstacles and you are not them. And when you don't claim that you are that, slowly as you keep shifting to awareness and you start realizing that you are only deep awareness, nothing other than awareness, slowly you will get a glimpse of, okay, if I am pure awareness, I am not this mind. I am not this body. I am not this emotion. I am not this personality. I am not this individual. And if I am none of these, then whatever belongs to these also is not mine. I am free. That kind of a feeling starts coming. What belongs to these things? What belongs to the mind? All the nonsense happens in the mind. All the lust, all the anger, all the greed, all these things are in the mind. And the mind is not mine. I am awareness. I am pure awareness. I have not realized it fully, but I am getting glimpses of it. And that's my practice. That's how I define this practice. I I means we must have not yet realized that, but we are still getting glimpses, a real understanding. That is the seed. We are developing the seed. And we are coming to the truth of realizing I am pure awareness. And when I am coming into realizing I am pure awareness, I first become aware of what is not me, the pure awareness. All these things that I see, my obstacles, I see these are parts of my mind, my emotions, my feelings, my personality. And if I am not that, then it belongs to them, it's not mine. See, there is this gap, a small psychological gap that has come. That gap is your. These are the secrets. That gap is because you have now have a little distance to it. Now you can at least start, process of discarding it. But imagine if you're not even knowing that your awareness, you're the soul, and all the time we are in the mind, becoming the doer, thinking, I am this body, I am the doer, I have to do sadhana, I have to do my practice, I have to sing, I have to do seva, I have to do everything, I am the doer, so strongly, the mind, the me, I get so much. Then all the nonsense happening in the mind is also mine. And then we try to fight it out. It's so difficult. It is exactly like trying to become clean by jumping into a muddy lake. Trying to have a bath in a muddy lake. It's like that. Hey, what are you doing in that muddy lake? I'm having a bath. I'm cleaning myself. You don't know, I'm very busy. Don't disturb me. Hey, but wait, don't talk anything. I'm busy. Don't. This is my serious practice time, so I'm practicing. Hey, but I told you, don't disturb me. You don't know, I'm a regular and a very consistent practitioner. And I follow this very disciplined manner. But how long I have been doing this for 20 years. Any problem? No, please leave me alone. 20 years, but you are still dirty? You mean to say, I told you, I am doing my practice, don't disturb me. Hey, but the water is dirty. Mind your own business. I know, I have a strong belief that I will be purified in this water. Okay, continue. Now, what is that? The person is, because all the person knows, this is water, I need to just clean, that's all. That's the logic, that's the fundamental, because somewhere he has learned, how do you clean yourself? Water. Probably when he has jumped into the water, it was clean. But since it's not very deep, the moment his leg went and hit the ground, the mud came up. But he has not noticed it. He's busy scrubbing himself. Awareness will show you that the water is muddy. See, that's what I'm saying. When you become aware of these things only, can you do something about it? First, you got to acknowledge certain things. If certain things are not set in the right way, if certain things are not working in that, I must become aware of it. What is not working around? And become aware of that which is becoming an obstacle to that working, and then only I can eradicate it. But if I go with the strong, arrogant belief that what I believe is true, and because it's a belief and it's a strong belief of the masses, who can help? It's the same approach of Duryodhana. Krishna always helped everyone. But the mindsets he cannot change. Krishna cannot enter into the minds and change the minds. That comes with maturity. That comes with experience. You got to stay and scrub enough in that pool till one day you get so tired and say, oh my God, my whole hands and feet and body is aching. but I don't feel to be completely purified. And then I look at the waters and say, maybe there is some other way or something else to be done here or something. I don't want to get into the deep, but at least an awareness of something needs to be done. And then I move in that zone. So this scrubbing is needed. That's what I'm trying to tell you. To become a non-doer, you have to do a lot of things and do and get tired. I was talking about Sarva Priyananda Swami. I lost my way there. I distracted into this. Sarva Priyananda Swami of Ramakrishna Mission, he was telling the other day, I had listened to him. Very beautiful example he said. He said, all the practices in the world, all the sadhanas in the world are to tire you. And finally, you stop beating your hands and legs in that water. Not just Sarva Priyananda Swamiji. I have mentioned this in multiple live of mine. I even mentioned how a Himalayan yogi told me this when I was in Gangotri in November. He said, all these practices that you are seeing in the Himalayas also, that everybody is doing, will only lead to Chitta Shuddhi. It doesn't give directly enlightenment. They are tools to purify you and ripen you to such a level after which you get that. From within you get that. What is that within? You get that awareness that, oh, this is a pool is dirty. I got to do something about it. This water is not going to. That clicking from within, that happens after all that doing. So he said, all the practices that you see, rigid practices, are only to break the rigidity that humans have built. We call it karma, you call it samskaras, whatever. It is to break the rigidity of that pattern, because when the patterns reduce down, then there is clarity. Then he said it all leads to Chitta Shuddhi. Chitta Shuddhi means purification. The consciousness reaches, the mind is purified till that level. And after that, the mind becomes clear. And then the real journey towards liberation begins. Then it is introversion. It goes within. Till then it's outside. And nobody has got it from outside. All the outer leads to inside only. All the Bheda Bhakti leads to Abheda Bhakti. All the Apara Bhakti leads to Para Bhakti. All oneness, all the duality has to merge into non-duality. Non-duality is ripeness. What I am saying is all that. Same. It's all the same. When I say, I don't believe in this, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in a God, I do believe in a God. Non-duality. Duality is sect. Different. Diversities. Too many diversities. This and that. This theory, that philosophy, this path, that path. This knowledge, that knowledge, this practice, that practice. It's infinite. There's no end to it. That is why we keep on hopping. Everybody is hopping. If not here, if not there. You look at all aspects of life. This relationship not working, let me find in another. This is not working, this job is not good, let me find another job. It is moving from one to the other just to be satisfied. Which job can give me satisfaction? Which relationship can give me satisfaction? What dreams, what goals can give me satisfaction? Which destination can give me satisfaction? You see, which food can give me that satisfaction? Which experience can give me? Which movie can give me that satisfaction? So one movie to the other. One food to the other. What is the fuel? What is that is moving in search? Just that simple craving for completeness. The soul is seeking completeness where it will get the freedom. Completeness is what it is seeking. But when it is not aware, where it is in the muddy pond, whoever tells it what, however it tells it, because it's not yet ripened, it's still rigid, it will keep doing. It will keep hunting from one food to the other, one relationship to the other, one house to the other, one job to the other, one country to the other, one destination to the other, one hobby to the other. Can you see this? The search is on. And even when it turns to spiritual, again, one path to the other, one guru to the other, one religion to the other, one philosophy to the other, one book to the other, one group to the other, one community to the other. What is happening there? One common thing that is happening is that search for the eternal settlement, the completion, the final peace where everything, there is stillness. So to come to that level, that what the Himalayan yogi told me was, and that Himalayan yogi is very experienced person, okay? He has been there all his life. He's been there, done that, he has seen everything. And finally he told me one day, he has done the most rigorous practices with his guru. He has moved all around the Ganges since a small child. His guru taught him everything. Of course, he is an enlightened master today. He is enlightened. He is not a master also. He is in his own world, but he is enlightened. He is liberated. All those practices did help him, but when it helped him, he realized few things which he shared with me. This is what he shared. He said, "Sab nautanki hai." All this doing is a nautanki, he said. But it is needed, he said. नौटंकी की जरूरत है. जब तक ये एहसास ना हो कि ये नौटंकी है, तब तक इसकी जरूरत है. Means there also not prematurely. See this. You cannot discard your practice saying that, oh, now I've known the secret that Mahatma told me. I cannot discard my practice saying that, he told me now. It's all a play. For him, yes, he has reached that state because he has been through all that. But that experience of his is a seed for me, which I have sown in my heart. And I know it is fructifying very well and quite fast. What he was saying is same. Do. There is doing is needed. See, if he is such a great Mahatma of the Himalayas, and if he knows all that, he could just go and tell everybody. What? This is the thing. It won't happen. There is a prakriya, there is a process of evolution. Everybody has to go through that. So they are all in the process. That is what that Mahatma told me because I was so impressed with everything. All this. And then suddenly few things shocked me about a few monks and all those things. As though he read my heart, he said, don't think these are all in the completed states. Many are work in progress, he said. Many are work in progress. So they are in the transition. They are practicing. And they are doing very serious practice, okay? It's not a joke. Not a joke. Very seriously they are following. But I am telling you the highest truths. It takes even lifetimes to go through that practice, intense sadhana, practice and all that. And none of it, I don't say it's not important. They are all important. Even today, if I am sitting here and talking this, I have also had my share of intense practices. In my previous birth and in this birth also. I've been through that. It's needed to know. And this is not my one janma that I'm doing this. I've done this multiple, including my last janma of intense practices. I'm aware of it. So nobody can say it's not. Nobody can say Ramana came that way and Ramana said, everything is mana. He just left everything and he went into the caves and he's sitting there and he says everything is nonsense. There's nothing to do with it. No, he has done it in his previous janma. That is why he has reached that state. So I'm not discarding anything of because I cannot discard anything because this experiences leads you to that. I am that. You have to become something to become that. I am this. You have to become I am this, which lead eventually to that realization of I am none of this, but I am that. I am. So there is doing is needed there. Again, I forgot, I'm coming back to Sarva Priyananda Swamiji, who was giving a beautiful example on what I'm talking. Again, I got distracted. He said, all these things, all these practices are meant to make you tired. Because when you get really tired, then you settle down. One is settling down without doing anything, without being tired. I'm not talking about that. That is tamasic. Ramana said, don't do anything. Okay, fine. I am not going to do anything. It will come to me, enlightenment. No. It is after doing and realizing that you should not do anything. That realization, that paripakvata should come. That completeness should come. Till then, the doing should be there. So, we all do things, but in awareness of this. Are you getting this? How beautiful it is. I am in knowledge. This wisdom is there. This awareness is there. Now, some say even the wisdom must be discarded. I heard many masters, enlightened beings say that. You have to unlearn everything. What is your knowledge of any use? You got to unlearn everything. All this knowledge is your obstacle. And then you say, oh, I've got to unlearn everything. Then why learn only simply? Why accumulate all that knowledge? Warning. That is not the meaning of it. He says, accumulate knowledge first. When you accumulate, and when it floods you, and when it overwhelms you, and when you see that there is no more space now, and now you know there is light to come in, then you start dissolving. You start giving up certain wisdoms voluntarily. Not helplessly. Voluntarily, you know, you are shedding it, and naturally they keep falling down. All the learning keeps falling down, and the unlearning process happens. Many think, they read quotes and they think, you got to unlearn. It's too much you have learned, so you unlearn. So they try to unlearn. Do it and show me. Or tell me a person who has realized that, oh, there's too much of learning, now I'm going to unlearn. You cannot unlearn that way. It is just like telling me, what you have memorized, you can unlearn. You just unlearn this fact that the sun rises from the east and show me. That's also knowledge. Where does the sun rise from? East. Everybody knows it. Common knowledge. Which planet are you on? Earth. Everybody knows it. How many tattvas? How many panchamahabhutas? 5. You know it. What is this called? Body. What is this called? Nose. What is this called? Head. Ears. We know it. Unlearn this and show me. It's all knowledge. This is not the meaning of what they are saying when you say unlearn. Unlearn means you're learning the identity that you have. That loosens its grip, and the dissolving of the knowledge automatically happens. What is the knowledge? I am this body, I believe I am this body, I am this body, I am this body. But when you move into awareness, when you move into the soul awareness, consciousness, and when you start becoming very sukshma, then the grossness starts reducing. Now, are you doing anything? It's nothing. It's reducing on its own. So the moment the mind reduces, the other bodies reduce. All the contents also reduce. I am the body is the feeling which is there in your mind. So when the mind is reducing, that also starts reducing and dropping. Automatically it starts reducing. For that, the practice is bringing in this awareness and knowing who you really are. So there is this practice. Again, 4th time, I missed out Swami Sarva Priyananda's message. He said, let me just, before I forget again. He said, all the practices are meant to tire you. And then he told a story, very beautiful story. He said, a ship was moving in the sea. Somewhere in the middle of the ocean, the ship is. And it has, those days, it has got those, what do you call them? The mast that is called? I don't know. The sails, those sails, where you move with the wind, you change the sails and then the direction of the boat also changes. By the winds, the boats moved. So the ship is going, and on the mast, a bird is sitting. It's sitting now waiting for the destiny. That bird is us. Waiting for the destiny. Everywhere water, 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 water. A long time happened. It's not seeing ground anywhere. Because when the ship left, it was sitting on the mast. And it could see the land that time. But slowly, as the ship moved deep into the ocean, now it cannot see anything. So now it feels lost. Everywhere water, everywhere. So what it does is, it says, there must be land somewhere because I came from it. So it flies northwards. It goes to how much ever it can, then it knows it will get tired, so it has to come back to the ship before it falls down. So it searches everywhere, north, comes back and sits. Then it goes south. Searches, it doesn't get land, come back. Then it goes east, searches for land, doesn't get, come back. Then it goes west, searches for the land, comes back. And by this time, the bird is dead tired because it's flown enough searching for the land. Finally, it has no strength now. And it has realized, I'm flying here, flying there, flying here, flying there, all directions, but I can't see the land. Finally, it says, let me just sit here now. Now, after all that trying, it just sat there, seeing the futility, non-futility of that act, so much of doing. And when it sat, eventually the boat was moving towards its destination. That boat took it to the land, and soon the land came, and as soon the land came, it went. So, this boat was being referred by Ramakrishna Mission as God, the grace of God. The bird sitting there, effortlessly giving up all this flying, meant surrender. Finally, it surrendered, but before surrender, it did everything. It tried all aspects, and finally, when it sat, it saw that the ship is moving there. This exactly is life evolution, even if you get still. This is what Ramana means, that you have nothing to do. Life is moving towards its destination already. You just have to be still. After all the doings, and be still. And realize that you are soon going to be reaching there. So that stillness, he says, that stillness is everything. And that stillness can come only with rightness. Now, because the bird flew in all directions, it came to know how much it is limited. It came to know its own limitations. When it came to know its limitations, it just settled down. Ramana says the same. Ramana says you are already realized, self-realized. Only there are clouds of ignorance around you. Be still and the clouds will disappear. And you can see yourself in that. But for that being still, again, you got a lot of efforts to be done. A lot of efforts to reach effortlessness. So this is what the main teachings mean. You cannot discard anything. You don't have to take a mauna to reach that state. You don't have to wear a loincloth to reach that state. If you reach that state and if it is needed, all those things will automatically happen. So all these beings are not, who have reached those states, if you observe, they are not forcefully done. They have gone very naturally with the flow. Very, very natural. One beautiful thing about Nisargadatta Maharaj. Nisargadatta Maharaj was asked, Nisargadatta Maharaj, you must be knowing, right? Who was there living in outskirts of Mumbai, and great enlightened master, a famous book of I Am That, you can see, of Nisargadatta Maharaj. So he used to sit in his small house and have satsangs. And foreigners, everybody came and all that. But this is later stages. But previously, before he was doing a sadhana and when he went to his realization, and he was not doing a sadhana like meditation or something like that. Very peculiar. Because he was already a ripened soul. So somebody asked him. And he was running a BD business. He had a BD business. Even after enlightenment. So somebody went and asked him, Maharaj, can you share how did you get enlightened? What is the secret of that enlightenment? He said, yes, I can share it. I said, 3 things. There were just 3 things. He said, my Guru told me, I am Brahman. Means I am the self, I am not body, I am not this and all that. I am just the pure self. He told me I am Brahman. First. Second, he says, I believed it. And third, he says, I applied it. That's it. That's his sadhana. The Guru told him, Nisargadatta Maharaj, you are not what you are. You are the Brahman. I remember because my Guru used to always tell this. You are not what you think you are that which you are not yet aware of. So Nisargadatta Maharaj said, the first thing that he said was, I am Brahman. Second, I believed it. Third, I applied it. See, it didn't stop with the belief. It began with the trust. Somebody told him that I am not this. He trusted that source completely. But the trust, he did not sit there. He said, third, he applied it. In his daily life, in his everyday life, he applied it. He started living that I am Brahman. He started seeing that I am Brahman. How? Because he had not yet realized it. He said, I am not Brahman. I have to realize. Then he started seeing himself in everything. He started seeing himself separate from his identities and who he is and all that. And one day he was just enlightened. And now he is the same man who had this strong idea that I have to go to the Himalayas. And he even left his house. He left his house and started walking towards the Himalayas. But middle way he stopped. Something in him stopped and he said, what am I going to the Himalayas for? See, this is what I am telling. Awareness. Not a blind belief and just, because the herd is running in one direction. Or everybody is running, I am also running. So everybody is actually going to the Himalayas. So he also went. But then something stopped him and said, what is it I am searching there in the Himalayas? What is it that is not here that I am searching there? Inside came the voice, I am searching for God or divine. So, but there came another thing from him that, but God is here also and there also. So if he is here, why not realize him here? Why do I have to go to the Himalayas and do the Tyaga and renounce everything and all that? I can be in the world only and do that. And he returned back from there. And he came to his small house. He had a BD business. He continued doing his BD business. And that awareness of what his master had told him that you are Brahman. He lived in that awareness of I am Brahman all the time. Now he did not become pretentious. I am Brahman. He didn't tell people I am Brahman. He was Nisargadatta. Practicality. That's what I am trying to emphasize in this. There is no need to presume that you are someone. You be what you are with all your flaws. As you are. Good, bad, ugly. Identify with yourself. I am this body. I am so and so. Okay, fine. Because this is my realization right now. If I feel my body, I feel my body. Practical. I have seen many people saying, this body wants to rest. They are saying, I want to rest only. But vocabulary change. Because now they have a feeling I am not the body. So now they have assumed that position that I am not the body. They have not reached that state. They have an awareness, knowledge. Okay, fine. This is what I'm saying. Applying prematurely or mature teaching can be a problem. Because when I hear them say this body has to rest, there is no consistency in that. They get caught very easily. If you lie, you get caught very easily. Because there they say this body has to rest. And the very moment they say, the others say, oh, you want to rest now, you eat something and go. No, I had enough, I'll eat tomorrow. See, now the I came. One sentence before it was, this body needs to rest. And the moment they said eat something, they said, I don't want to eat, I'll eat tomorrow. It is fun. I've noticed it. I've observed. Chupchat. I realize because we learn from all these things. We don't have to pretend. Aham Brahmasmi and move around. You can be just Aham. I can be Aham Jacob with all the Aham and move around also. Because there is courage to accept who I am. This is called authenticity. Authenticity is a must on the path. There is no pretension. Pretension takes you somewhere else. It leads you towards hypocrisy. And that can become your another major obstacle now. Because you will have to do another jatil sadhana to reduce and erase that hypocrisy now. Another mask. So the more masks you add on in unconsciousness, becomes your own headache tomorrow. Why do you want that? Rather, just be natural, whoever you are, however you are. And live practically. Like we learned from Nisargadatta Maharaj. He had a beadi factory. And he continued. So they asked him, what happens after enlightenment? After your enlightenment, what happened to you? He said, I was running the BD business before and I continued running my BD business. There is no big hype about enlightenment. Zen masters say this. Before enlightenment, you chop wood, you carry the water, you wash the utensils, you wash your clothes, you eat food. After enlightenment, you carry water, you chop wood, you eat food, you wash your clothes. What's the difference? People get, that's all. You mean to say we are doing all these things? Learning all these things, unlearning all these things are just to be continue doing what we are doing or continue being what we are being, then what is the use? Well, the use is you are free. Previously you are doing all these things, but you had attachment, you had a sense of belonging to all these things, sense of concern. After that, there is no. Previously, Nisargadatta Maharaj must have run his BD business with knowing that I am the owner, I have to prepare so many BDs, I have to supply so much, this much income coming, that much going, I have to pay this, and blah, 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 blah. After his enlightenment, probably this is my assumption, what must have happened is, he must have still run the BD business, but now he is not the owner of it. He is not owning anything. So today, if he has the BD business, it's fine with him. Today, tomorrow, if he doesn't have it, he is fine with it. With it, okay. Without it, okay. Previously, it is not. Previous enlightenment, all these states are not. There is a sense of attachment to that. After, no. It all goes up. That is freedom. That is mukti. That is why it is called as Jivana Mukta state. Liberated while you are alive. That is the essence why everybody chases enlightenment. Because they want to be free. I told you. Only thing is to be free. Free from the cause and effect. Free from the effects of that cause. What is our problem? Our problem is we get affected by everything. Anything happens in the world, we are affected. Anything happens in the family, we are affected. Anything happens to our bodies, we are affected. Anything you see, there is an effect. That effect is what we translate as suffering. So basically, we don't want to suffer because of that effect. How if it does not affect you? Yes. If it does not affect, I will not suffer. Enlightenment. Mukti of all problems. That is our purpose, why we are here. That is the reason. We must all know this very clearly. If we do not know this, we will be wandering again and again. We do not know why we are walking the path. Every human being is only striving to put an end to their suffering. You translate that in your worldly life and you just have a look. What are you doing? What are you and me doing? We are basically trying to escape suffering. We don't want to suffer. Who wants to suffer? Not even an ant wants to suffer. Why a human being? Because suffering is not our original nature. Our original nature is bliss, Satchidananda. We know it. We know it in the intellectual. Okay, fine. Now the whole purpose is to achieve that Satchidananda, that state, which is my original state. Because I know in that state there is bliss. There is ever cheerfulness. There is absence of sorrow. Absence of suffering. Whether you are spiritual or non-spiritual, you look very intensely at even non-spiritual people who are not spiritual at all. They are always trying to escape suffering. It's a natural tendency. It's a natural response. Nobody wants to suffer. Why will I want to suffer? Nobody wants to suffer here. It's a natural inclination to move towards freedom. When you are fed up with your wife or your husband, you want to put an end to that relationship. Why? Because there is suffering. Why do you want to put that end? Why divorce? Divorce means divorce or break up or move away. Why? Because you want to move away from that suffering. Personally, maybe you might not have any grudges against anybody. Nothing. There are so many people who very nicely they separate off. They say, okay, tata, bye bye. Let us not have any grudges also. They have nothing personally with that. But the suffering that the other person or their company gives is too much to bear. So, the measure taken is to move away from suffering, move away from the person. When a food is poisonous or a food is dangerous to you, you don't want to suffer, you move away from it. Same way, people who run to the Himalayas or want to go there, they are also escaping the suffering only because worldly, samsara is full of suffering, they can see. So the urge is to escape this suffering, leave it behind. I go to Tiruvannamalai again and why? To escape my suffering, whatever. there is bliss. Whatever the dualities might not give me very peace here, or might not give me that which I can get there. I know I don't want that. I want to be in that vicinity. That is why we run towards God. Why do we go to temples? Why do we pray? We don't want suffering. Why do we ask Him, give us happiness, give us health, give us peace? Why do we ask, give us health? Because disease gives us suffering. We don't want to suffer, so we want health. Same way, as a seeker is maturing again and again in the path, these things will turn more superficial. Now it will become very subtle. While it is all gross. I told you in the start of this video, we are fed up with one job, we go to another job. We are fed up with one place, we go to another place. We are fed up with one person, we go to another person. We are fed up with one food, we try another food. Everything, you see. We are fed up with one country, we go to another country. We are fed up with the government, we try to move into another location. Everywhere you see, it's just Moving away. Why? To make yourself comfortable. I move to locations, I move to people, I move to food, I move to all these things, which gives me comfort. Anything, everything you see day to day life, become aware and see you are doing this, that. You are escaping suffering. You are escaping discomfort. You are trying comfort, convenience. I am on a phone with a friend, talking with a friend, talking. How long can you talk? I am very comfortable talking to, but how comfortable? Can you talk whole night or 24 hours with that friend? However comfortable, no. Soon that comfort will turn into uncomfort. After half an hour, your hands will ache, your mind will tired, you'll feel bored, your sitting will ache, the stories will ache, the conversation will ache, that person will ache. Then you'll say, okay, chal fir milte hain, we'll keep now, we'll talk something else, some other time we'll talk. Now I'm thinking what to do next, I'll keep that. End of suffering. I don't want to suffer. Now my body is aching, suffering. Now I want refreshment. So I get up, I go to the fridge, I go to see something to eat, or I take a walk, or I do something, some activity that gives me more comfort. So every second, every moment, we are trying to keep ourselves comfort. We are trying to keep ourselves happy. We are trying to keep ourselves peaceful, contented, and move away from anything that is giving us this. The whole spiritual process is that. First, it begins in the gross. We run from post to pillar. And then when we get tired, kahin bhi gaya to problem hai. I leave this place, I go there, there also there is another problem. I leave this person and hook up with another person, that also has a problem. Anywhere I go, anything I do has a problem. Finally, I understand there is only problem and problem and problem. Where there is no satisfaction here. That is the time there is an awakening inside. And when that problem increases and naam nahi le raha, khatam hone ka, then you say awakening. Then you ask a question, what is the purpose of my life? What is this? I am not getting it anywhere here. I did everything and saw. I tried all the hobbies. I tried all the addictions. There also we go to gutka. We take a cigarette. We take a alcohol. Or what is this? Escapism. Too much of problem. I can't handle it. I want to escape suffering. I take a peg. And then I'm doing. Mind is numb. When mind is numb, I feel I'm peaceful. Next morning, hangover. Another headache. Headache upar headache. Now you got to find something for that headache. Not that headache. Now you got addicted. Now you know that addiction is not good. Now another headache for you to now sit and clean that addiction. Why did that addiction come? Escapism. I wanted to move from something. I got stuck into something. Asman se gira, khajur mein atka. This is our story. We keep on moving from Asman to khajurs until we have had enough. I am talking all this from my life experience, okay? So I know this is what generally happens. Finally it's enough. Finally you say, where in this life can I get peace? Where can I get that uninterruptible happiness? Where can I get that consistent contentment? Where can I be free from all these things? And then you shout, you look out everywhere, nobody is listening. You look out and it scares you more because everybody is stuck in this. It looks like hell. It looks like hell. Everybody is suffering and everybody is shouting for help. And then the only thing that you hear is that there is something about all this, above all this. And that is when you get exposure to religion or God or even mystics. And then you look at them, you look at saints, these people look so blissful, so calm, so cheerful, so peaceful. And they have nothing around them. And I have everything around me. I've tried everything. What is the difference? Then you have a question in mind. You want to find out. Curiosity. Then you start reading books about saints, mystics. You start seeing videos. You start hunting. You start finding any person who knows about those. What are that states? How? You become curious. Jigyasa shuru. Awakening has happened. And then as you seek, you start getting the answers. People guide you, people tell you, you get books, and then you read more. And then you see there is a stabilized kind of a content, peace, freedom, happiness. That's so natural. And now you long for that. This is what I've been seeking. Oh my God. Now it's called the end of Ajnata. Ignorance goes. Now the light of wisdom is awakening. The awakening is happening. Till now, the awakening was happening only in the world, from one thing to the other. Finally, we realize the solution is not there. So now we are running for a permanent solution. Those temporary solutions we got in the world. That is important. What I'm trying to say, that is important. Those temporary jumps are important. I've been through all that. You have to suffer. You have to know it is not there. Otherwise, even if Lord Krishna stands in front of you and gives you the best of pravachan, discourse, you will not realize it. Duryodhana did not realize it. Duryodhana was not yet ready. Arjuna realized he was ready. When Krishna was telling everything to Duryodhana, because he wanted to help everyone. That is what all the saints, all the mystical wisdom that is there available on the internet, everywhere you see. It's all to help others. But who catches it? How many catches it? Krishna was there standing. Rama was there standing. How many of them redeemed themselves? We talk about their mighty avatars. See, avatars are so powerful, but they couldn't do anything. Contradictory. Gods could not do anything in this world, in this bhumi, bhuloka. Krishna came. How many, even during the Krishna period, listened to him? There were oppositions there. During the Jesus period, there were opposition there. During the Rama, period of Rama, there were opposition there. Take Ravana, the biggest example. And his followers and all the like kind. Not everybody believed in Rama, what he had to say, what he had to offer, nobody had to take. Not ready yet. They had to undergo that. This is the essential truth of life. What avatars cannot achieve, do you think anybody else can achieve here? So that is why none of the saints go towards this great mission of changing the world. They only focus on changing themselves, and those who are interested will come to them for changing. They are never interested in going and having mass revolutions. Let us make it Satyug. Who are we to make Satyug? Ramana used to say this. Who are you and me to do all this? He says, focus on your own self-transformation and self-realization. That's enough. You are transformed. The world will disappear. All these things will disappear from you because you are enlightened. You will merge into everything. The mind will dissolve itself. All this is happening in the mind. The Maya, the Sansara. When the mind is dissolved, the Sansara will disappear. You don't have it. The moment you have a mind and ego, you will find everything that has mind and ego around. That's the irony. See the catch of that. How deep and how to the core Ramana had to explain. How many of us can understand that? Very deep it is. So there is no point in trying to change anyone. When Krishna stood there and gave the pravachan to everybody, he did not select people. No, you are my disciple, come here. You are not, I'm not going to. No, he gave it to everybody because it was a genuine desire to transform everybody. Duryodhana listened to it and Duryodhana said, Lord, I understand you, dear Krishna. I understand. Don't give me this knowledge. I know all these things. Good and bad, yes, galat hai. You must do this, you must not. I know that. My Viveka tells me. I can clearly see. I can see in my life also what I should be doing, what I should not be doing. But the problem is, even though I know it is not good for me, I end up doing it. So don't lecture me, he said. I know all these things. Why? Because he says, from within there is a force that makes me do it. So I don't need all these talks and all that. If you can tell me, how can I just twist the situation like this? And if you can make me do what is right, do it. Otherwise, don't lecture me. Can you do it? I know all these things what you're telling, but I am helpless. I know it is not right, Duryodhana said, but I still do it. You know what is right and how. If you can help me, change that in me. Otherwise, thank you for your suggestions. I know all this gyan. That's what Duryodhana said. The same when the preaching was given to Arjuna, Arjuna also said the same thing. He said, "Oh my beloved, dear Krishna, I understand what you say, everything is so precious. Everything what you are stating is there within me, I can understand it. Even my Viveka shows me this is right, this is wrong. But inside a certain pull comes in and I am aggravated towards what I am not supposed to do. I end up doing that. I fall for it. But please approach here. But please enlighten me. Please let me know what can I do to change this and to come on the right track. What can I do to enhance my Viveka and make it, strengthen it so much that if I know this is wrong, I leave it. And if I know this is right, I catch on that and I achieve the results. What is it that I should do? You tell me, dear Krishna, and I will do it. The approach was, Duryodhana said, I cannot do it. Can you do it for me? Do it, otherwise get lost. I know all this pravachan. Arjuna said, no, you know it, my lord. You give that seed to me, I'll put the seed and my land is fertile. Fertile means I'm ready. I'm ready to work on it. But you give me the wisdom at least. Enlighten me. Put light into my darkness so that I can see things in clarity and walk on that. Right now I don't have clarity. That is why I am weakened. And then what Krishna gave him, he could absorb. And he transformed. Duryodhana didn't. See, the Bhagavad Gita is exactly our life. Fertile lands is our business. How to tow this land is my business. No avatar will come and tow this land. Mark this. If you really truly want to understand the secret of this is the non-interference into free will. Free will, no God will interfere. My Guru used to always tell me, even Shiva will not interfere in your free will. If you decide a certain way, no God will come and tell you, don't do it. Because every human has been given this free will to choose and do what you want. Because that is where the cause and effect begins. Because if you choose this, you have this consequence. If you choose that, you have that consequence. Now you are wise enough. If you want this kind of a consequence, keep doing this. If you want that kind of a consequence, keep doing that. Simple. Simple. And there is no alteration to this. If there was alteration, the world would have transformed like this. Krishna would have come and changed everybody's mindset. Everybody who's listening. All the gurus in the world who are listening to them, all the devotees, they would have just changed and transformed their inner minds and done something jadoo on them and converted them. Nobody can do it. They can give you advice, they can give you wisdom, they can give you the light, but it is depending on that person's application. Like I said, Nisargadatta Maharaj was asked, what did you do to get enlightenment? Nisargadatta Maharaj said, my Guru said first, I am Brahman, that is the first thing. Second, I believed in what he said, means I believed that I am Brahman, but no experience said. Third, he said I applied it. Every day of my living I was applying it. I am Brahman, I am Brahman. Seeing in different ways, experimenting in different ways. And he got enlightened. It's that simple, yet that difficult. Why? Because if I choose, the path of awareness is just that. Path of awareness is making you aware of all these things. This platform is only making you aware of those things which doesn't have clarity. And if you don't have this clarity, you can walk on any path. You will not find that. Because all the paths also have good and bad, light and dark. Everything is there because it's a dual world. You cannot have one perfected path. That's what I said. Himalaya has reached the Himalayas also. The Maya has reached Himalayas also. You go to Himalayas, you'll see Maya there also. You go to Tirunamala, you'll see Maya there also. There is no escapism. So it is foolish to think that there is one thing that is perfect somewhere and I catch on to. No. You will always be troubled by the dualities. That is why the path of awareness suggests the middle path, staying neutral. Come into the center. Don't engage in this nor that. Don't discard also this nor that. Oh, I have a habit. Don't say it is a bad thing. Oh, it's a guilty thing. I am a dirty person. I am not a good person. No. You have those habits. You have those flaws because you are a human. You are a human being. When you accept I am a human being, it's normal to be that. But I have awareness. It is okay to have this flaw. But if I continue with it, it is going to cause me destruction. It is going to lead me towards suffering, which I don't want. So just that awareness is enough. No guilt, no hard feelings. You are kind with yourself and you walk the path. Neutral. You don't say, "Chee, I am dirty." You say, "It's okay." And you have good qualities. You don't boast yourself and pride yourself. I am this, I am that. Nothing. You're still humble. You say, "Okay, that is all fine." So you have the good, you have the ugly. That's all fine. But you keep walking with that, good and ugly. But you're aware of your good and ugly. That is what I'm trying to bring here. Become aware of your good and ugly part. Don't decide what to do with it. Don't fight with it. Don't discard anything. Don't try to grab anything. Goodness, and badness, try to throw it. That is what all the practices are already doing. If you look into the practices are all that. This is not good. Burn this karma, burn this dirty, and purify. But we forget, in the dual world, you cannot move with just one. You will always be affected by these. Even if you purify, the Maya will be there. The negativity will be still around you. If you are not neutral in the middle path, it will affect you very easily. And that is what's happening to all of us. Today we are in bliss. Tomorrow we are back to the same one. The Himalayan yogi told me, सबका बदलाव तो होता है, रूपांतरण होता नहीं किसी का. And he told me this very seriously. That is why in every live, every personal consultations I repeatedly tell this, because he gave it to me like a sutra. Something must have been there why he told me all these things. Very importantly. There must be a reason. I trust this completely, divinity. Because I had no plans to go to the Himalayas, nothing. I just landed up there in front of few monks, and they directly told me this, few things. I didn't ask a single question to anyone. I was just sitting there, ready to receive the seeds. No fruits asked. And they just delivered. And I know they delivered the seeds. So that is what he said. The good and bad is always there around us. रूपांतरण नहीं होता, बदलाव होता है. He said you are water. When you are water, normal water, when you put heat under it, you start becoming hot and you start becoming warm, hot. Your nature changes. From normal temperature, you become hot now. He is trying to say spirituality, the heat of spirituality. The tapas. Tapas means heat. The tapas you add, you become heated up. You become divine. You become ecstatic. You become connected. You become godly. You become purified. You are in 6th or ninth heaven. Bliss, anandoham, excitement. But then he said, take off the heat. Again you become normal water. We can see when we attend any spiritual programs. Bliss, water, heat is there. Take out the heat. The program is ended. After a few days, normal water. So that Himalayan yogi told me, परिवर्तन बहुत होते रहता है, रूपांतरण नहीं होता. He was telling the secrets of रूपांतरण कैसे हो. ये परिवर्तन के झमेले में ना पड़ो, ये परिवर्तन के माया में मत फंसो. Illusion, it's an illusion. Because that will make you satisfied. थोड़ा देर comfort मिला, थोड़ा देर राहत मिला, wow. That is what addictions does to us. You take a cigarette smoke, a puff you feel because the nicotine runs in your blood and you are, a kind of relaxation comes. Then alcohol moves into your blood. You get intoxicated. Kind of dullness comes. Tamas comes. And you feel relaxed. Why this is put? Because I cannot relax myself. Naturally I am unable to relax myself, so I need something to relax me. Like the Duryodhana, he needs a KRISHNA to do something from outside. He will not do it. Arjuna is ready to do it. Practitioners practice awareness, stillness, meditations. Because they want to do it. They are not waiting for outside. Because outside is temporary. Same. Alcohol you put, I'm drowned for some time. Sometime I'm down. Cigarette, same thing. And after some time, normal water. You return back to the original Prakriti. When you return to your original Prakriti, all your problems comes back. Why don't we see that? Sometimes, how many times in the day we have had a very bad day and so much of problems and all that, and you just want to cuddle in your bed and fall asleep. You're so tired. You fall in your bed and you're snoring. In peace. 6 hours, 8 hours, whatever. Morning you wake up. The whole samsara comes back to you. Whole world comes to you. But that 8 hours you were in bliss, sleep, peace. Why? Because the mind was dead. Man hi karta, man hi bhokta. Mind is the cause of all this problem. Samsara, what Ramana says. Mind is your problem, not the samsara. You have got delusioned. You have got confused. You are thinking it is the world problems. No, it is your mind. Because your mind is existing with world problems. Check out at night. Where are you? Where is the illness in your body? You are a father, mother, brother, sister, this, that, everything. Where are you at night? You are a name, identity, personality. Where is all that? It's all gone. All your problems, everything vanishes. All your property, possessions, name, title, everything gone at night. 8 hours. But your body is lying there without identity. But then, who's enjoying that sleep? You, the Atman, the awareness is aware of that sleep, in deep sleep. And then you wake up refreshed. You say, oh, that was a deep sleep. Thank God I got. Tiredness is gone. Why? Because the Atmic awareness was there. The soul is aware of that sleep. You don't remember the sleep. That's a different thing. Because the mind is absent. If memory is in the mind. If the mind was present, it would have remembered, I slept this way. But now the mind is sleeping. The mind is sleeping. How can you record it? There is no record of it. But the Atma has experienced it. So in the morning you say, oh, nice sleep. Or a tired sleep. Who knows what is a tired sleep and what is a deep sleep? Who is the one who experienced the deep sleep? You, the real you, the awareness. Pure awareness. That awareness became aware of the deep sleep. And in the morning when you wake up, it's all. And then just when the mind comes up, at the moment you wake, the mind comes up, the whole samsara, the problem, I am this one, my personality, my problems, my illness, everything just comes and flies. That's what Ramana revealed the secret. It is not in the samsara, it is in your mind. Dissolve the mind, he said. And whatever practice he has taught is all to dissolve the mind. Eventually, gradually it will dissolve the mind. That day you will attain perfect peace. This is his sutra. And this is what Nisargadatta Maharaj said. My Guru said, I am not this body, I am not all these problems, and I am the Brahman. I believed what he said, and because I believed, I applied it in my life. I walked, talked, lived in awareness that I am Brahman. Enlightenment. See how beautiful it is. See how beautiful it is. See, somebody wrote here, hi Jacob Shivanand, because my name is a threat to everybody. Jake Light, oh, something. Let me remind him who he is. We will not allow you to leave your identity. Why? Because if you leave your identity, I feel scared, Many people have written to me saying that you have changed your name, we didn't like it. I said, why? What is there in your liking it and all that? And after all, it's a name. No, but somewhat, कुछ अच्छा नहीं लग रहा कि आप अभी पहले जैसे नहीं रहे. पहले से नहीं रहे, what do you mean पहले से नहीं रहे? Everything is the same. नहीं, आप जो बातें कर, अच्छा, philosophy change हुआ है. Philosophy change हुआ है, but I am the same. I am the same. The property of me is light. You put any name, it is light. So I put it as light. And Jacob, that was too much now fixed. It has a personality, strong personality built up. Not people identified with that. I myself, my ego was identifying with that. I dropped it. And people said, no, that's not right. We will not allow you to forget your astitva. Good, I said. You are trying to remind my astitva, and here I am sitting and trying to remind you of your astitva. You are not that. I have realized all this very clearly, that I am not these things. So you cannot convince me on that. I am convinced. But I would like you to be convinced that you are not what you are imagining yourself to be, and what you are trying to make others believe what you believe. That insecurity is coming from your rigidity of not wanting to let go of that titles and form and those philosophies and things which you have identified, because that's your security. Now when you see somebody else getting out of that security, that getting free, and you are holding on to, I told in the start, we are holding on to each other in a group, in a herd, because that is our security. We Aadhar nahi hai. We don't have firmness in anything, because firmness comes in knowing that I am the self. I am without identity. That is the firmness. So anything, if I leave that and if I hold on to anything that is false, my identity dagmagata rahega, and then I will hold on to people around me to ensure me, to give me that protection or that security of that name and title and philosophies, because I feel secure. And if somebody shakes out from that, my whole world shakes. That is the reason that person told me, कुछ अच्छा नहीं लग रहा. I said, मुझे awareness, मेरी awareness बड़ी तेजी से और बड़ी तीव्रता से देख रही है कि आप किस हद से गुजर रहे हो, लेकिन आपको पता नहीं स्वयं. You don't know, you are unable to express. कुछ तो है लेकिन अच्छा नहीं लग रहा. मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, मैं एक्सप्लेन करता हूँ क्या है. This is the same thing that I am trying to tell. Consistently I am trying to tell. How does it make a difference? You put this name, this title, that name. Anything you put, I will do what I am doing. I will be what I am. See, Anandamayi Ma's very beautiful, one thing is there, very beautifully it is linked to what I am saying right now. Because I said, I know who I am. I am what I am. You change name, titles, you gali do, fool chadao, kuch bhi karo. I know what I am. And I'd love to be in that space of awareness of what I am. So Anandamayi Ma, I know if you, I don't know if you know her. Anandamayi Mata is the one who's there in Yoganand Paramahamsa's autobiography of Yogi. She took Samadhi in Haridwar. I've been to her Samadhi, beautiful place, powerful place. She left her body in Haridwar. One of the greatest, beautiful saints, mystics. From her childhood, she is in that state. And if you look into her eyes, you'll see the stillness of Anandamaya. Eyes speak everything of what she is. Stillness, that calm, that peace, ocean of peace in her eyes. Look at her pictures, the black and white pictures in which she's sitting. She said this. I remember this now. When Yoganand Paramahamsa went to meet her, he came to know about her, a great mystic. And he left the US and went in search of her in India and found her and met her. And the first time he saw her, she was very childlike, because she's in a natural state of that pure awareness. She's just pure awareness. And Yogananda sees her and runs towards her, and she's like a child. She gets up and runs. Oh, Father, where were you all these years? I've been searching and waiting for you. My father, she says. Young Yogananda. And young Yogananda is a little taken back. What is this? But she's in that state of that knowing of who she is, really is. And then Yoganandji says, I came to meet you. How are you? She says one beautiful thing. She says, I am that. Because he asks, how have you been? And she says, I'm still the same. Listen to this very carefully. Yoganandji asks, how have you been? He says, I'm still the same. Yoganandji is thinking, she's like a child. She says, I'm the same. She says, I have never changed. Listen to this. I'm the same. In my last janma, I had a different body, but I was the same. In this janma, I became a child, as a child's body, in a little child's body. I was a little child, but I never changed. I was still the same. Today this body has grown up, but I am still the same. Tomorrow this body will die and drop off, but I will still be the same. Are you getting it? That's the whole catch about. Realizing who you are and being in that reality, in that awareness of who you are. Then you change clothes, you change titles, you change religion, you change paths, you change even your body. You will still be the same. So the path, the whole thing that we talked today in this video is all about the clarity and conviction. If we have the clarity and conviction, we shall have the solutions. If we escape clarity, if we escape the solutions that is coming to us, if we escape the convictions, there shall be no solutions. It's all simmering down into this clarity, very crystal clear clarity. If you have joined late, listen to this whole video. It will enlighten you. It will bring you new dawn of understanding of who I am and what is my purpose here. Am I getting lost in something, or should I wake up to an understanding? How do I live very naturally and allow the journey to unfold without prematurely catching anything and trying to eat the fruits there? By presumption. No need to presume anything. No need to pretend anything. No pretension. I am what I am. Whatever this is, the state is. Whatever my realization, little bit, whatever is coming to me, let me be happy in that. Let me be settled and assimilated in that. Let me digest it completely. If I just have this awareness today that I am this body with this name, but I am this soul with this body, even if you realize till that much, okay, I'm not this body, I know it. But I don't have an experience of it. But I know it. Settle in that knowing, that's enough. You don't have to be that. You don't have to become Aham Brahmasmi there. You don't have to act like a Brahman there. I am Brahman. You be whatever XYZ you are. But that little realization and understanding that you have, the seed that has fallen in you, cultivate that. Be in that, live in that, very naturally. So that means all these mature teachings you are absorbing within yourself as seed, and you are applying it like Nisargadatta Maharaj said. You apply it. And you wait and allow for the fruits to generate by itself. What happens in enlightenment? Nisargadatta Maharaj explained very seriously, very simply, not seriously. Previously I had a beedi factory, now also I run a beedi factory, that's it. So somebody was told, Swami Sarvapriyananda, he was talking about this, and said all the enlightened beings all together, many enlightened beings in one area, they've all reached that state. So it's like a new dimension. For them, no big deal. When you go into their field of all enlightened beings moving around, you'll still see them cooking food, washing clothes, talking to each other, sitting idle, picking the nose, scratching, having a bath, going to the washroom or going to their loo with their whatever duties they have to do, brooming, sweeping the floor, taking care of themselves, eating food, all enlightenment in one kshetra. You say, huh? This is enlightenment? They are all in that state, a very happy state. Because they have been liberated from the attachments to whatever they do. Now why are they alive? They are only discharging their prarabdha. Listen to this carefully. Because people write to me about this confusion about enlightenment. What after enlightenment? How's life after enlightenment? After enlightenment, all these sages, not sages also, let's not call them. Just enlightened means. All these monks and all that. They're doing their duties. Then what are they alive for? They are alive exhausting their prarabdha. Whatever is left over. They know, they are aware. They are aware because their body is alive because of that prarabdha. And they have no problem with it. Now they have no problem with it. And there is no hurry. Some people take 2 years. Some people take 20 years. The 2-year-old person also is not bothered. The 20-year person also is not. Because they are already Jivan Mukta. Unaffected by good and bad. Joy and sorrows. They are free. So it doesn't matter to them. So all that they are doing is exhausting their prarabdha. Continuously. Their purpose becomes that. So enlightenment doesn't make you fly on the sky. Doesn't make you powerful. There is a misconception to that, because normally when people talk about enlightenment, many of them get into enlightenment mode because they feel it is power. You get siddhis, you get all these powers, you can do anything that you want, you can fly from here to there, you can bring longevity into your body, you can extend this for thousands of years, and you can go about doing all the nonsense that we are doing. That's not enlightenment. There is one more path before enlightenment. Before enlightenment, you can have these powers. And mind you, The persons with the siddhis and all these powers, extraordinary powers, which normal enlightened beings might not have or not demonstrate, not be bothered about it. There can be people who are activated this before, even enlightenment, but need not be enlightened. I have seen such people also in my life, who have powers, all kind of powers, but are not enlightened yet. That is why this has been warned. It can be a catch for you. You can be having all this mesmerizing stuff with you, but you're not liberated yet. Liberation is a very delicate, subtle, and the purest form. Purest. It is so pure that even the most sukshma, there's nothing, not even a dot of anything that holds you back from that liberation. Liberation, what holds you back is all the agyanta, ignorance. Not even a dot of ignorance in that space, in that chitta. Upadeshasaram, which I regularly say, Ramana Maharishi, which he talks about, Lord Shiva coming and telling the rishis and rishi patnis who are doing karma kanda. Their state is so high. But Maya can affect anywhere. I told you it is there till the Himalayas. So it is there till the Himalayans also. Himalayans. It was there in rishis also. You can see the history. How Maya affected even them. So Lord Shiva comes and reminds even the rishis, my God, you are stuck in that. You are feeling it is liberating and liberating others, but you don't know karma phala, cause and effect. You are still in the cause and effect. It is bringing you karmas, and that is why you are coming again and again as the same rishis and functioning this again and again, but you are not failing to see. You are failing to see that it is your karma phala of whatever you are doing, even the good punya that you are doing, it is still bringing you back to do more punyas and keeping you in that loop of punarapi janmam, punarapi maranam. There is no liberation happening there. Watch out that those are the true steps of liberation, points of liberation, the stages of liberation, where there is not an iota of ignorance, there is not a dot of any kind of ignorance, and there are levels in all this. So you cannot ascertain just by powers that somebody is liberated. No. Powers only means Maya. Somebody caught up in powers is surely somebody who's caught up in Maya. Maya has influenced them very clearly. Because powers will prevent you from going toward the final goals. Powers means aham. Not aham brahmasmi. Aham XYZ. Because that powerful being will always now demonstrate, and through that identity, that personality, that identity, because that there is a thrill, there is a purpose of keeping that personality alive, because there is a doer, there is a strong doer, even in siddhis. Because siddhi is demonstration, If you take out the power of siddhis, not siddhis, let them have siddhis, but if you take out the power of identity that XYZ is having the siddhi, it will not work for them. Because that identity is needed. The demonstration will be that I am having this power, or somebody will say that person has this power, go to him. Because through the identity only you identify, okay, that person has this power, XYZ has this power. So XYZ will be called as XYZ has this power, I am coming to you. And that XYZ is stuck in that personality of XYZ. I. So the I is there, the doership is there, the karta is there, and then the stuckness of the karma is there. Very thin line in spirituality. Very, very thin line. hardly spoken about these things. I have not heard these things. I'm telling you, I have not heard this anywhere in the open. Heard it from very few mystics, very few mystics. Because these are all controversial, I understand why. It's not that people don't know it. All enlightened beings are noble, but they prefer not to talk too much about it because it's a very sensational and sensitive topic. So they refrain from it. So you might read it in very rare books, these kind of things, and you will listen to it from rare, very daring, bold mystics like Osho, blandly talking about these things. You see, I know it is irrelevant, but any quickest way to experience God consciousness and get liberated? I was talking about Duryodhana. Duryodhana was asking the same thing. I know about all this, he said. All these things and all I know, blah, 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 blah. He told Krishna, can you give me a shortcut? Can you tell me how I can practically do it? I don't know all this philosophy and theory. Just give me something. Can you change that? Or is there any way where I can just divert all these things with viveka, understanding, compassion, this awakening, this awareness, consciousness, and this practice, and this churning, I'm not interested. Can you just... He went to Krishna, preferred talking to Arjuna because there was readiness, there was patience. That is what I wrote in the other day's post. Why the great mystic Sai Baba said, Saburi, Vishwas, see Nisargadatta Maharaj's talking is what I did. His Guru told, I am Brahman, you are Brahman. Second one, I believed it, he said. Vishwas, the trust. Then he didn't just believe it, he applied it and waited for it. Saburi. That application is tapas. Application is whatever you call it, sadhana, austerity, or spiritual practice. Without that, there is no escape. We must understand that. That is a part and parcel of everybody. You have to churn your way through it. There is no escape. Make this absolutely crystal clear. No one in this world has found a shortcut. Though everybody has fought for it, everybody has strived for it, everybody has lost lifetimes behind it. Shortcuts. Because please understand, if there was indeed some kind of a shortcut, it would have been presented when itself. When the time of avatars came, then only they would have presented it. Why all these long cuts? Why wait for such long periods? Simple understanding this is. The evolution requires that you go through it, you churn through it, you burn yourself through it. You understand, you realize the seeds has to be squeezed. In Chedakasha it says, the seeds has to be crushed for the oil to come. The stone has to be hit and banged and chiseled. How painful for a beautiful sculpture to come. The gold has to be melted in heat so much till all the impurities go away. Then only it becomes pure gold. This is Prakriti. There is no other way out. There is one path that I have seen where people move from post to pillar, that I said, in the world and finally get tired. But again, if the vasana is the same, if the vasana is not become aware of this running, trying to search something and find quick somewhere in the world, they don't get it, fed up, they come into spirituality. The same thing continues. You have to become very cautious about this, very cautious. It is not about one person. We all have this. We all have this. I'm telling, including me, we all have this. The search for something that is easy. I'm telling you, going to Tirunamala and sitting there down looks easy, but for that you will have to bang many doors. You'll have to knock on multiple doors until you find your own home. That is the process. There is no quick way. If you don't trust me, you can check it out. You can experience this multiple, because I have done all this nonsense. I have done all this with my experience is what I'm sharing here. I've done all this. Years. Went here, went there. Asked one, asked there. Yeah, Sheshi, I know. Asked one, this one, that one. So many yogis, this, that. But one common thing did not flash me was, I went to yogis who spent a lifetime there. They have become that. And then I go and can you tell me something so that I can quickly do this? And they are looking at me humorously. They didn't say anything. But I got the answer. They were trying to say that if I knew that, would I have spent my whole life in this tapas? So these are just our patterns. It's trying to... I told you, it's escapism. In the world, we escape. From one person relation, we jump to the other. From one food to the other. From one movie to the other. One place to the other. We are seeking solace. Somewhere where quickly we can get something. And we don't get it. Finally, we realize that it won't come. Peace is not easy to get in this world. We realize it, right? How much ever. But we tried so much. You might get it here in this person, this thing, that thing, this house, that house, this car, this dream, that dream. So much we tried. Even though last ko kya hoga? We'll have to settle down and say, like the bird, it flew north, west, east, south. Finally it came and sat. And when it sat, life was moving on. When it was moving, it just sat. Stillness. Effortless. No making no efforts. In stillness. In saburi. In Vishwas. So it just sat there. And when it had to happen, gradually, when the boat had to reach the shore, the land was seen, it just flew into the land. That is exactly what our path is. We need not be worried about tomorrow, today, how this journey is going to unfold, or how much karmas I have got, when will this karma get over. All these things is stupidity. It is stupidity. And if someone tells you, you do this, in 10 years your karmas will get exhausted, or in 10 days or 10 weeks or in this lifetime, nobody can presume anybody's karma. Nobody can. That's what I told you, those enlightened beings who are moving around in the kshetra, they themselves were not boasting, we are done. Enlightenment, ho gaya hamara kaam. No, they waited. Because enlightenment is what? Is that self-realization. What is self-realization? We must know what is self-realization. Self-realization is, we know the philosophy, we know the wisdom that when I am the self, but I don't realize it yet. I am the self, I am the Atman, I don't realize it yet. I still feel I am the body, even though I know it. Philosophically I know, but I have not realized it, experienced it. The day I realize in total experience that I am this soul, I am not this body and this mind. That day, that kshana is self-realization. You attain that self-realization. It's a first-hand, tangible experience. Multiple mystics you see, they will explain their own self-realization in their own ways. Somebody had it in this way, somebody had it in that way. The stories will differ, but the experience is the same. Of oneness. Suddenly they will experience the self. And when they experience the self, suddenly there will be a unity in all the selves that you see around. Everything they see as one. There is no differentiation absolutely, because Atman and Paramatman, that glimpse, that experience has come. That is the state of self-realization. But is that the end? No. Whether you are enlightened or awakened or self-realized, whatever you named it, you are still not liberated. After self-realization or enlightenment, you move towards liberation. What is liberation? Liberation is the final dropping off of even the last thing that you have, that the body. After self-realization or enlightenment, there is still karma running in this. Prarabdha is still moving. Prarabdha is not ended. Many people feel that when the prarabdha ends, they get illuminated. That can happen in certain stages. I would say when the prarabdha thins to such a level. Thins, because what is this? It's a cloud of ignorance. Ramana always said you are already self-realized, but you don't realize it because the clouds of ignorance keeps you glued. So the moment the clouds become little thin and it starts moving, you can see through. Those are the glimpses of the soul that you get, and the moment it clears up, suddenly there is that illumination. And you realize, I am the soul. That realization is self-realization. But the clouds might be thinned out, or this just might have moved out of sight, but it's still there. This prarabdha is still running. So till the prarabdha is exhausting, the body will run itself. Till the body runs itself, you remain Jivan Mukta, liberated while living, free from all the bondages. Karma is there, but free from the effects of karma. That is why you can see in the lives of Bhagavan Nityananda, in Ramana Maharshi's life, they were enlightened, but they had disease. Their body was there. Their body, you can see Ramana's body crooked. You can see Nityananda Bhagavan's body crooked. Ashtavakra, crooked. They don't have personalities, physique, 6-pack, 10-packs. Why? All those packs, those kind of interests, there is no desire for all that. Absolutely no desire for all that. Because they have lost it all. They are just one, and they are in that experience of the self. They are enjoying the bliss of that experience. Now they are not concerned with kitna kota bacha hai, what is left, what is not left. It is no more a concern. They are not even bothered kahan bacha hai. Sharir mein bacha hai, isme bacha hai, wo kosh mein bacha hai. They are not bothered. Sharir mein bacha hai, because they are not even bothered about their body. You can see that is why their body is not maintained. Nityananda Bhagavan used to be like this all the time. You look at him, he used to walk like this. He used to eat like this. Arthritis, stiff arthritis. We can't believe this. We have to come out of this fancy world. We live in a fancy, dreamy world. Enlightenment, mukti, all perfect state, all wonderful, light everywhere, and then all that is an inner experience, unka, not denied. But the externals don't change with that. The physical, they'll say, oh, he's such a mighty avatar, he did so many. Then some fools sit and argue there. Oh, if Bhagavan Nityananda healed this person, they did that person, so many stories to say, why couldn't he heal his own hands? What is his belly about? Why did Ramana not heal its cancer? Why did Ramakrishna not heal its cancer? They are least bothered. They are not even, awake to that thing of suffering, something called suffering. They are not. They are disconnected from that body. And they know the prarabdha is exhausting itself. They will not interfere in that. Because they want to get rid of it as soon as possible. Unless somebody wants to play around. There are masters who do that. They want to play around a little more bit. So they can extend their life if they want. They can add prarabdha, okay? It's not that they are just helplessly waiting for the prarabdha to get. No. They know it is their quota, let it get over. But there are some mystics who can even alter and add on sanchita, new karmas. Purposely, deliberately. For what? For a purpose. If the purpose is very divine, they can do that. And there are records of such beings who have done it. If they have a purpose, they will stay. My own master has done it. I am the witness to it. There are many masters who can do it. Loiter around if they want. to extend on something. If their bodies can be of help a little more, they will extend. They have no issues. But it has to be very genuine reasons. When Nityananda was dying on his bed, his body was dying, there was a big hue and cry. They came to know he's developing all kind of problems and all that. He's becoming weak and weak and weak. They all cried and said, don't go, please don't go. Because he hinted, he said, this body is fed up, this one is fed up now. What it came to give, nobody is interested. It wants to leave. And in those moments, there was deep cry from the real near devotees. He said, no, you can't leave us and go. You have to be here. He said, bring me one person of the bhakti of Pundalika and I'll stay. What did he say? He said, Pundalika means a devotee. Or some, you can say like Prahlada, Bhakta Prahlada. That devotion, that sincerity, that commitment, that genuinity, that reason, let that become a reason for me to stay back, is what he's trying to say. Bring me one such devotee, he said, and I'll stay back. One such. And he waited. And he knew there is none available. They have a purpose. If they have a purpose, they can alter. Meaninglessly, they won't do it because they have no business in this world. When they know their work is done, they just move on. They have no interest in it. And in Bhagavan Nityananda's case, it is very clear that he said that this one wants to leave because what it came to give, nobody took. It knew that it had exhausted. And they take a decision. It's their free will. If they have to leave, it's their free will. If they don't want to, they will play tricks and stay around. Help whomever they want to help. If they have a genuine purpose, they will do that. Ramakrishna did it. Ramakrishna used to sit and his disciples used to come every day and satsang would be there. And every day while his disciples were sitting in the middle of that discourse, he used to run inside the kitchen and go to Ma Sharda, his wife, and say, give me something to eat. And his wife was disturbed after some time, said, what are you doing? Your disciples are there, your devotees are sitting there, and you are running for food here. Why? Can't you wait for some time? What's happening with you? And he would say, you won't understand. Let it be. When she saw this repeatedly happening, she was very keen and demanded an explanation. And Ramakrishna said, you will understand it the day I don't ask you for food. That's all. She didn't understand. And then life continued. Many days passed, weeks passed, months passed. And one day, Ramakrishna was sitting on the swing and swinging. It was food time, but there was no sound from him. He was talking and all that, but there was no requirement from him. Usually he eats food. Ma Sharda comes and says, are you not hungry today? Food is cooked. Let me serve you. He refuses. The very fact that he doesn't ask for food perturbs Ma Sharda. He suddenly remembers his words. The day I don't ask for food. Know it. Because he says, the day I don't ask for food, I leave. He had told this. So she remembers and she is in tears. Because first time he has not asked for food when he is sitting in his own world. And yes, very soon, Ramakrishna departs. The idea here, what was happening was, Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa had exhausted all his karmas. He was aware of it. So it was time already for him to leave. Now, to extend the drama a little more, he had to have a karmic event, a cause and effect. The cause was desire. When you have desire, the effect comes. You have a desire, then the karma is created and you have to bhog it. So the desire that he created was give me food, hunger. When he created that desire, the karma was generated. Now he had to eat that food. So he kept on looping with that as a drama to keep his body going for some more time. So they do all these things. Mystics do all these things if they want. They are aware of it. This is post-enlightenment. So post-enlightenment, there is still full self-realization. There is still prarabdha running. It's not yet over. So to exhaust it or to add on to it is the free will of the individual. That's what happens exactly. So if you have this clarity, we must all have this clarity of what we talk about, self-realization, what is this liberation and all these things. I've heard many people who love self-realization, who love liberation, who love to do everything about it, but then they don't want to leave. They don't even want to listen to something that is disturbing, like about their family. When I casually am talking and I say, one day this has to go or that has to go, they're like, let's not talk about it. They'll change the topic or something else. Let's talk about liberation. What the hell? Liberation means liberating from all these attachments that you have. That's simple in plain language. They won't remain. They're not going to be there. So on one hand, if I say, let me have liberation, but let me go with it, it's not a mass activity. It's not a group activity. It's not a herd activity. It's not a community activity. It's not that we are having mass liberations. We all get together and all have liberations together. And I liberate with my family. I take my family along. It's not a trip that you take your family along. You leave when you are ready. But if you feel that someone is not yet ready and I got to be around, then you are not liberated. You also are going to be stuck there. So the fundamentals, these ideas must be very clear of what we are seeking. That is why I said, just pause. Now, if you have heard this video, just pause and ask your friends. Okay, you are doing this for so long. What have you been doing? Where are you heading? What is the goal? What are you achieving? If they say, I am achieving, worldly desires, I have a lot of success, worldly success, I am looking for another child, I am car, drop the conversation. It's not useful anymore. It's not needed anymore. Just drop it and leave. I am talking about the people who are very serious. Because I always say, if you want wealth, if you want health, if you want longevity, if you want the worldly success, if you want all this, you don't need spirituality. You don't need mystics. You don't need gurus. The world can give it. There are enough dukane khule, enough businesses running all around. They can give you that. The other day, somebody signed up for a personal consultation. It was not a consultation. It was a 20-minute talk, brief consultation. So in the brief consultation, I allowed the 20 minutes. Because if somebody has any confusion, or somebody wants quick, I don't want to get into your 1 hour of stuff with you and all that, I can't bear you for 1 minute, 1 hour, but I can bear something for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, let me just talk. I want direction, I want to go to Tiruvannamalai or Kanjangad, or what are the places there, then they sign up for this 20 minutes. So, or if they have questions, you have all these things, deep sessions, what is deep healing and deep releases and all that trauma and all that. And what is this personal consultation of other things? I want to know more details. So they call and fix up in the 20s. So somebody called me in that. And then after calling, I said, okay, so tell me, what do you want? She said, I am looking for a nice lifestyle now because I'm in spirituality. So I just want some tips on my health and how to maintain this health and this lifestyle and how to go about. I was confused for a while. Then she said, okay, you tell me, I'm ready. Go about. How to go about? Tell me. So I was still confused. I said, how can I tell you about that? No, about I need guidance. What's the big deal in that? I need guidance on food, on my health, on how to maintain a lifestyle. I said, where have I mentioned anywhere in my profile, anywhere that I'm a nutritionist or I'm a yoga specialist or a health longevity guy or something like that? Anywhere? Have you seen it? No, but I presume not, because everybody has a journey and all that. I said, you please go to a nutritionist, nice person, and there are plenty out there who can tell you all these things about lifestyle, and or go to a dietitian, they will tell you, or go to a health freak, health coach, they will tell you how to maintain your health and all that things and all that. If you want something apart from that, deeper into your inner journey and all, I'm here for that, because that's what I'm signing up for. So I asked, okay, tell me, what do you want, anything on that? Forget 20 minutes, I think it went on for 35-40 minutes. It was confusion. No, this is what I am seeking. I said, are you sure you're seeking this? Yeah. I said, are you doing something? Yeah, I am into so and so path. How many years? 11 years. Then what are you exactly seeking? That is the thing, I really don't know what I'm seeking. Can you help me in that? I said, come on. 11 years on a path and you still don't know what you're seeking? I'm confused. I said, today you have realized that you need to have something, some goal in life or something that you need to do, and your purpose. You mean it took 11 years for you to realize this? It went on very confusing. And I was not able to get it. I said, you ask, you give me direction as to where you want. I'll fully get in there and tell you what has to be done. You give me at least a hint of what is it that you're looking for. No, you tell me. I said, that I can't do. That even God cannot tell you. What you are supposed to do, what do you want to do with your life, you don't know. I said, if you go and stand in a bus stand, that there are plenty of buses, 20-30 buses, and you stand there and you keep telling everyone, I want to go, I want to go, I want to go. Everybody will ask you, where? I want to travel, I want to travel. Where? So that we can point you. Everybody comes, tell me where. No, I want to go, I desperately want to go. You don't understand me. I've been standing here for so long, I want to go. They will tell, we will give you your bus charges also, no problem. We are here to help. You tell where. We can guide you to we'll book a seat for you. We'll reserve a seat for you. I don't know where I want to go. You tell me. Tell me, is that valid? If you tell all the guys there, you tell me where I have to go, and I'll go there. Is that even making any sense? I mean, I take this example because this is not about that person, because this is almost happening to most of us on a very deeper level. This one was a complete jumbled thing for me to understand what is this about, and after 40 minutes I just said, okay, whenever you feel you have something, you want something, especially in the field that I am working on, not in the other health and all those things and all that. If you feel anything you have here, you can return here. You can go, and it's 40 minutes. I won't charge you anything. It's okay. Go. The person went. This happens. This happens. Lack of clarity in life can keep us just moving, wandering aimlessly. Just wandering. We don't know what. Even there are wandered Parivarajakas. They wander. Everywhere they are wandering. Miriam had told Jesus to be a Parivarajaka, a wanderer, great wanderer. You see, there are many people who have wandered. And you can see, they are not wandering, they might be wandering aimlessly. They don't know which direction to go. They'll just walk here. Then they'll go there. Then they'll go to this country, that country. But deep in their hearts, there is a longing for that God realization. Akkamadevi, if you see, great saint. Rabia, if you see, the great saint. If you see Malaleshwari, the great saint. All wanderers. No specific destination. They wander. All over, scattered. Moving around. Mirabai, wanderer. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, wanderer. Wander. They just wander. In search for God. They say the quest is the search for God. See, that is an important phrase. The search for God. The other day I had gone to a Jiva Samadhi in Bangalore. Udukattur Swamigal. There I read his biography. He was a wanderer. Wandered in jungles and here and there and finally settled somewhere in Andhra. Then finally from Vellore or somewhere he kept the site and he settled in this Alsur in Bangalore. And where he finally left his body. Wanderer. They keep wandering. But even if they are aimlessly wandering, what I am trying to say is they have a seed of what they are looking. What they are looking is God. Even if they are aimlessly wandering. But you need to have something. If you stand there in the bus stand and if you say, I don't know, but I want to go, nobody can help you. But if you say, I don't know where to go, but I am seeking something, whatever. Let us say you are standing in Tamil Nadu and you are saying, I don't know where, which bus and all that, but I want to go to a Murugan temple. I want Murugan. There are many Murugan places. So somebody might tell you, okay, go to Palani, sit that in that bus. That will take you to Murugan. You at least have a direction. There also you are aimlessly wandering. You don't know which Murugan. But you have something, some element, some tattva which you are seeking. You might seek it in Palani, you might seek it in Swami Malai. Any place. But that seeking is there. That knowing is there of what they want. What is that they're seeking? Even you must know, if you soul realization, okay, there is a seeking. Then you can be guided towards soul realization. Liberation, mukti, moksha, okay. Or nothing of all these things. I want something very desperately. What is that? I need love. What kind of love? I need somebody to be affectionate, supportive, caring and all these things. Okay, so you need a partner. There is a knowing. You might not know it as a partner or a friend or a comrade or a neighbor or whatever. That's not specified, but the requirement is for that. So the more you refine that requirements, you can define a relationship with that, or define something, a material with that. That you need, your desire, your what is your desire should be there at least. Now if you tell I don't know my desires also, you're lost. Who can save us? So this awareness, and this doesn't come from ignorance. Huh? This is not ignorance. This is not like, oh, you papa, poor thing, it's so ignorant. It is rigidity. It is stubbornness. The kind of rigidity that the inner being has developed. Rigid. So rigid that it's packed out, now it doesn't want to even open up. There are desires in it, but it's stuck. It wants to be led. It will not go. Duryodhana. You tell me, it says. Krishna, you tell me. I don't want all these lectures. I don't want a 2-hour consultation, 3-hour consultation. I have no time and money and time for all this. Can you give it to me in 20 minutes, what I'm looking for? Just tell me what I need to do and I'll do that and I'll get it. Impossible. And on the other end, I have consultations who people, pehle se they sign up for 3 hours, 2 hours, they defy. 3 hours they sign up already for. Means they are ready. There is a readiness for the time to invest, to time to understand, time to do the inner work, the churning, the commitment to be there for myself, the price that I pay with my attention, and the time that I take out for 3 hours with myself. And then you tell me, this is Arjuna approach. Arjuna said, I know I'm stuck in this. Krishna, I know all these philosophy also. I know everything. But you tell me if you can put the light of awareness of where is it that I need to work on. I have a fertile land. You put the seeds. I'll work on the rest. I'll take care of it. He says, after that nourishing is spent. He didn't say, Krishna, you put the seed and you come back tomorrow and water it and come back tomorrow and see the, the manure and till the time it is there, you come and see, you do it. That is not surrender. That is laziness. And we say, God will do everything for us. I've seen that also. वो है, वो कर देता है वो सब कुछ. हमको क्या करना है? This is tamasic. This is not the tattva that Ramana said that be effortless, be still, don't do anything, don't be a doer. He said, doer, don't be a doer doesn't mean don't do anything. You do, but don't have the attachment of the doer. You do things. When you are in the family and in the world, you have to do a lot of things. How can you sit like this? Can a husband sit like this at home and say, I am moving towards liberation and not going to do anything? Can the wife say that I am not going to cook anything, I am just going to sit like this? It's absurd. He says, do your cooking, do your job, do everything, but the doership don't carry it. Become detached from that doership. Know that you are just an instrument. Something else is working through you. That is what he meant. It is not that Arjuna telling like Duryodhana wants to tell you, you put the seed, you nourish, you water, you do everything. I'll just sit here. Because you are God, no? What is your work? My work is to surrender to you. Your work is to take care of me. That's not surrender. See, this is clarity what we are getting. Sometimes you can get stuck in these things. Simple things, but there's clarity. Sometimes, most of the time we say we are in surrender. We have surrendered. And whenever people tell me I'm surrendered, I'll prove it to you that you're not surrendered. Like somebody signed for a personal consultation. And I was saying what you're doing. They said, I'm moving in that mode now. I have had everything and all that now. So nothing much to worry. I just came to ask you some certain things. I said, what is that? I said, I have surrendered. Life is going. I have surrendered everything to God. I have full trust in the God and all that. But I just came to take your guidance on certain things. And I want to ask you about this. I said, you're not surrendered. No. I know it. I am surrendered. I said, if you have surrendered really, would you talk about me about it? If you are questioning anything about your surrender or you want some guidance on that surrender, that means the surrender is not there. Surrender means you have 100% faith and trust. If you have 100% faith and trust, then you will not even think about that surrender. Now you are questioning that surrender somewhere. Are you seeing the catch? It's very sukshma. Very, very sukshma. Only awareness can catch this. This is what I'm trying to tell. If we do not live in awareness, if we keep on doing any practices, and these things are not opened up, it's very difficult. Like I told you about that person. Not ready to... It's not that the person doesn't have desire. It's impossible that the person doesn't have a desire and a goal. There is. But the thing is that rigidity. Something from outside should do it. I'm not going to do it. No one can help. That's the law. So you see, desire of seeking God also is a desire. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's the catch. Everybody talks to me, they tell me, Buddha told, have no desires, have no desires, have no desires. But I said, Buddha had a desire for enlightenment. See how the catch is na sukshma and subtle hai. Another thing I'll tell you, even sukshma in that. The one who wants to be desireless. I don't want desire. I want to get out of this feeling of desire. Desireless. That also is a desire. The desire to become desireless. Can you catch that? So, if you go very practically, you'll understand that this is all a jumble of words. Does it really have meaning in another? If we don't understand this, then we will jump and do something prematurely. Having this understanding is clarity. That is maturity. Then when you apply that mature teachings, you will click it. Like I am telling you about Ramana Tattva. I am trying to explain to you what angle it is. When maturely you look at it, maturely you understand it, there is a different clear-cut understanding. Because please understand, all these mystics are talking from a very high state of consciousness. If you ask them in that state of what you call union with that samadhi state or turiya state, if you ask somebody, what do you think they'll tell? Chidakasha Gita was told in that kind of state by Bhagavan to Tulsi Amma. So do you think that we can directly understand? It's difficult to first understand. And without understanding, if you just take that and if you apply it into, and you say, he has given me the sutra and this is my secret. I've got my secret. Dangerous. That is why all these things are good enough. You learn, you imbibe, you take the seeds, you plant it, you plow it, and you take care of it. While you are taking care of it, live life very normally and practically. Simple advice I am giving. Live life very practically. You have desires, accept you have desires. No problem. The goal is what? Desirelessness. I know. Chidakasha Gita says there is no mukti without desirelessness until you reach the state of complete detachment and desireless. 2 words of Chidakasha Gita sutras. Final liberation is complete detachment, no attachment at all, and complete desirelessness, no desire at all. That is Jivan Mukta. That is the state of liberated. Now, if I want shortcut, I'll say, mil gaya do. Desire, no desires. Aaj said no desires. Khatam. And Aaj said no attachment to anybody. And your mother or wife or children, or they come to you and you say, who are you? What happened to you? I am detached now. I am mukt. And then you give up all your desires. One by one. You give up. Sometimes it is all out of a sudden. Aaj say no desires for me. Bullshit. It's not going to happen. You have a feeling that you have given that way. But the very next moment you will see you are doing exactly the opposite. Because you paripakwa nahi hai. That purnata, that ripeness has not yet come. You will see that you are doing more desires actually in your hideout inside. You see that you are getting more detached. The more you try to run away, the more craving will be there, pulling you into the world, into those attachments. Because it's not completed yet. Pakke gira nahi hai. What is Mahamrityunjay mantra? Om Trembakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarukmi Bandhanam Mrityor Mokshimam. Om Trembakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam. Om Trembakam Yajamahe. Oh, 3-eyed one. Oh, the Lord of 3 eyes means jiska Gyan Chakshu khula hai. I salute to the Om Trembakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam. What a beautiful world you have created, and all that he is praising the 3-eyed Shiva. And then he is coming to the point. Urvarukmev bandhanat. See, bandhan. Mrityor mokshi yamamrata. See, mrityu, moksha. You can hear these words in this. Bandhan. Urvarukmev bandhanat. Mrityor mokshi yamamrata. Make me like the cucumber. Make me like that fruit. जो पके, सहज पके. शिवजी को मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूं कि मुझे अभी का अभी मुक्ति दे दो, वो 3-eyed one, because he can give mukti if you want. Liberate me, he's not telling मुझे अभी Mrityor Moksha Mamrita, give me immediately. No. He says, make me ripe like that cucumber, like that fruit or that vegetable. इतना ripe बना दो कि मुझे ये बंधन से छूटने के लिए तोड़ना ना पड़े या मुझे फोर्स करना ना पड़े. मुझे ये पक के, let this become ripe and let it drop off. Mrityor Moksha Mamrita. Urvarukmi bandhanat. This bandhan which is there, let me naturally drop. When will I naturally drop? When I become ripe. इसको बोलते सहज पके सो मीठा. This is a prayer, and what we have misunderstood is this prayer for? Give me long health, 500 years. Prevent my death. ऐसा होता है क्या? महामृत्युंजय मंत्र cannot save you from death. A misconception. It can transition you through death. At the time of death also it is telling, Mrityor Mokshyam Amritat. At the time of death, may I not struggle with my attachment. May I not struggle with my body so that I am not able to leave it easily. May I not struggle, because that will create more trauma and more karmas for the new lives. Make me such paripakva, so pure, so ripe, that without any problem I leave my body. Whenever the time for death comes, I don't struggle. I naturally and very easily, gradually I leave my body and move ahead. That is moksha. Pure moksha amrita. Liberation. But what does he say? It doesn't say at the time of death, leave it. It says, make me so ripe, means the process. Means patience, saburi. I am ready to become ripe and eventually drop it off. See the beautiful prayer? That is what it is telling. And we use it to elongate our life, thinking that it will give us more life, more years. No, asking for more life is, ye paka nahi abhi tak, ye kacha hi hai. This is still raw. You ask for another 100 years also. If this is raw, at the end of 100 years, still there will be struggle, and there is no Mrityor Moksha Amrita. There is no point in that. See how sukshma the awareness can catch all these things. All that you need to build up is your awareness. What you invest in builds up. If you invest in your awareness, it builds up, it multiplies, it keeps on growing into that vast consciousness, and it enlightens, it lightens up all these ignorances and puts you on the right true path. Because there is Maya everywhere. It's very difficult to find a perfect path. Influence of Maya is there everywhere. You need your own light. I don't say don't approach masters or paths or religions, or don't approach scriptures or Vedantic knowledge. I don't say that. But even when you approach, have the light of awareness, otherwise it's of no use. Because many read even the Vedas and Upanishads and still disillusioned. What does that show? It needs your light of awareness. Many modifications have been done. You look into the scriptures, so many kinds of commentaries, all written according to their state of consciousness. Now, if your state of consciousness is not active, your light of awareness is not there, you will read somebody else's consciousness, which you don't know how far is true and clear. And that is what has happened in Kali Yuga. The supreme wisdom has been disillusioned. Everybody has used it according to their own whims and fancies. Whims and fancies, if there is iota of desires in that gets contaminated the whole translation gets contaminated. The commentaries can get translated, contaminated. It depends on the chitta of the person who's translating it. If it is not ripened to that state, it can cause problems. Then it needs divine intervention. Like Upadesas are. Rishis even at that level. Some ignorance somewhere. So the message that passes is not right. Then the divine intervention has to come and they intervene and they correct it. That intervention, divine intervention, is called reset, or you call it pralaya. You can call it pralaya. You can call it destruction. जब हद से बाहर निकल जाती है परमात्मा के हाथ से भी, Kaliyuga, Gaur Kaliyuga comes and too many things have got too distorted and now बात नहीं बन रही है. I had put a post the other day. Sometimes reset is more better. You can reset your life with a button. Quick reset. Everything in you change into a new you with your firm intention. Instead of repairing this, healing, यहाँ थोड़ा healing, वहाँ थोड़ा healing, वो थोड़ा ये थोड़ा ये, खुद के flaws थोड़ा ये. There's so much of work going on all the time. Instead of just reset. This is pralaya. What Shiva does. What do you do when your mobile hangs? Too much. Everything has gone haywire and things are not working. Language change हो गया उसके अंदर. आवाज नहीं सुनाई दे रही है. कहीं तो you're trying the systems, audio is not working. And you did everything and all that, and finally it's messed up. Kaliyuga is like that. And then you say factory settings. Just hit a pin to the factory setting. It goes into the default settings automatically. That is pralaya. That is Shiva doing his work. Reset. Everything gets back to the same. When does this happen? This only pollutions, these contortions, this differentiations, this pollution of desires in spirituality, the pollution of ego in spirituality, the pollution of power into spirituality contaminates, goes on for a period of time, and then to the point of no return, then reset only is the only way. This is how the Prakriti functions, what I am trying to do. This is how even human nature functions. This is how the Prithvi functions. So you can see common thing everywhere. So that is why the light of awareness is very important. Wherever you travel, you need this light of awareness. In this body, on between the bodies, or in another body. This investment of awareness is very powerful. Because you are investing it for your own journey. You are developing and charging your batteries. You are charging your light that you are creating for yourself, for your own journey. You cannot be lost. You won't be lost. Light of awareness is the light of God consciousness. How can you be lost if you have the light of God? When Atman merges with Paramatman, or the Atman realizes it is the Paramatman, the light is the same. It's all about the light. Your individual light is no different from the Guru's light. And the Guru's light is no different from the God's light. The day you realize this, you'll see only one tattva that is common in all these three. Light. Your light, Guru's light, God's light. One thing that is common is the light. The common existent property of God is light. The quality of God is light. The quality of the Guru is light. The quality of you is light. This light, can it have any language? This light, can it have any religion? This light, can it have any path? This light, can it have any tradition? It is formless. No form. Light has no form. And it has no attributes. Light is the purest. No attributes. So it is nirguna, nirakara. No form. No attributes, no shape. It has lost all the identities, all the forms. This is why I love adding light to my name. That is our ultimate reality of light. So the whole journey is about light. And what I'm talking about here is also the light of awareness. When this light comes up, it's nothing but awareness. The property of awareness is light. Why? Because awareness clears darkness. Awareness puts light on all the dark areas, all the darkness of ignorance. You see, even Guru. What is the definition of Guru? Guru, the dispeller of darkness, means he is light. Who can disperse darkness? Light. So Guru is light. You are light. God is light. The day that is realized, then where is the form? Where is the name? It has no significance. All this just loses significance. You just carry a body because it needs an identity. That's all. You carry a name because it needs an identity. Because if I'm standing in 10 people and if they want to call me, and if they call me a dog, I don't know which dog they're calling in the 10. Ek kutte bole to. So that dog has to have a name. Jake. We're talking about that dog, Jake. And now I know, okay, it's this dog. Okay. So for that identity, something is needed. Some name is needed, some form is needed, some personality is needed, some platform is needed, like the shifting into awareness. Some website is needed. Something is needed for these functions. So that's how I look at life. That's how I look at the journey of life. I mean, if we can get into that kind of a bracket, like same what I'm saying, like, oh, I have a job. Like I said, I have a website or I have a platform. I have a home, I have an office. These are all our work areas. These are all our platforms. But there is no identity to it. We are using it like an instrument to function in there. How long? As long as we are there. So this body is also being used, because without this body, I cannot convey. So even this Facebook Live, you need a person, you need a voice, you need something. And who is this? So this is not this flesh and bones that's talking. It's the Atma that is communicating using the Panchendriyas. So we must live in all this realization while we are doing this. While you are listening, who is the one who is listening? It's not you, the body, you XYZ. It is that soul that is being divided from within. It is the ego consciousness from within that's dissolving while it realizes, oh, this is the reality. Through the functions, through the indriyas, it's hearing, it's reading, it's perceiving, it's understanding, it's seeing, smelling, tasting, touching, all these things. So when you are doing all these things, if you move with this awareness of, not being identified with what you think you are, like how Nisargadatta Maharaj said, my Guru said, I'm Brahman, I'm the Brahman, I'm that. I believed it. And I applied it. Applied means he used to be in this kind of. So it's a practice, it's a sadhana. That is why we are all seekers. We are seeking that final emancipation. And for that, the practice has to be applied. So, right now, even if I don't have the higher teachings in my life, if I have not realized it yet, let's say I have not realized, but when I read, when I study, when I listen, some things in me like, oh wow, this is it. It's a bija. It is not a mukti that, oh, I got it, the secret, I'm relieved. No, never fall into that bracket. Then you'll end up building up that premature teaching. I am there, I have reached there, I am in the silence mode. I am an aesthetic. I am a vairagi. And then all the perversions begin. I'm mukta, I'm free, I'm the Brahman, I don't have greed, I don't have envy, I don't have jealousy, I don't have lust, I don't have anger. And then when anger comes now, I have made myself, I have declared now, I have no anger. Now to live up to that, because naturally it's not true, anger is there within me, but I have declared prematurely, I'm anger free, I'm Brahman, I'm this liberated one, and I move around like a liberated one. Then everywhere I have to build up that reputation and keep up to that which I have proclaimed now, and then I become the perfect one, egoless, angerless. And so if some situation comes like that, if somebody is telling me something bad and I'm getting triggered, and now I want to protect my face because I have a mask put on. I see many, I've seen many in my life who wear these masks. And on public platforms and social media, they're very disciplined, very perfect, the perfect being, a saint, a yogi, everything. Andar khol raha hai. The moment I switch off my button, I'm like, oh my God. Pretension. We pretend what we are not. Because we have only put our badge, we have put these identities. We have built up all these labels. And I call myself so and so. I advertise myself and so and so. And now I have got to live up to it. And it's so stressful. I've seen that stress, how people carry that stress. Because they have got to live up to it. Because now, you have become known as that now. Now see what has happened. It's such traumatic. Anger comes, you can't express your anger. Whereas see, if you just become natural and say, I am imperfect one, I am this way, I am an idiot. I don't know, I am learning, I am just learning. थोड़ा बहुत ज्ञान है, okay, fine है. Sometimes होता है, sometimes नहीं होता है. I'm walking the path, ठीक है, I don't know. Then what are you scared of? Tomorrow if you want to get angry, you will get angry very easily. If you want to get irritated, because you don't have a mask there. And then people know this guy is a psychic guy. They already know. So when they know you are a cranky guy, will they get offended? Will they get shocked? But when you pretend, it can be quite shocking to people. Very shocking to people. When there's one day, somewhere or the other, somehow come to know the real you. Very shocking. In relationships, this happens. Two people meet and they pretend. Both want to be perfect for each other because they know somewhere in the starting stages, they know if they are not perfect, then they will lose. So they pretend to be something which they are not. In the spiritual arena only I have seen so many spiritual couples. When they meet, I am a so-and-so yogi. I do this. Oh, you do that? Your identification. Then you begin. Oh, how many hours of practice do you do? Oh, I do morning 1 hour and evening 2 hours, and then afternoon also I do blah blah blah. This ritual and that ritual and this that. Oh wow, is that so? And what about you? Now that person doesn't do anything. Now you can't. You have to be in match, right? Now if you say the truth, you are going to lose that person. I do. What do you do? A little bit of this, and that, and well, I do. I've been doing, and I've been doing it for past 10 years. That's enough. Oh wow! I was looking out for somebody, in the same, and that person say, "Yeah, even me too," and then the journey begins, and then every day there is a pretension, because holier than thou. Perfect than the perfect. Because somewhere you can't be little less also, because a little less डर है चला जाएगा या चले जाएगी. Then you live up to that. You keep yourself, always. And then you walk in a different way, talk in a different way, and then that person is recording you in this way, and he say, what a perfect person I got in my life. Thank you, Shiva Shiva. I got a perfect person finally. All blessings. All blessings. And then they continue. And that image now builds up. Both sides, the image builds up very strongly. And both are maintaining that which they are not. It's just like applying the premature teachings. Like if somebody says, I am the Brahman, and you walk around, I am the Brahman. I am that, I am. Imagine what happens. So this also is like that only. I am the spiritual yogi, so and so yogi. And since so many years into this, doing so. My biodata is this. And then I move with this aham. And unknowingly, I develop that kind of a mask. And that mask becomes a false identity. And that becomes the real. And then one day, somewhere we have to meet, somewhere it has to be known. Somewhere they meet up, somewhere they see, and somewhere the flaws start coming up. One by one. Every time a flaw comes, there is a shock. And there is a non-acceptance. There is no acceptance suddenly. And suddenly all these things begin. This is not what you are. This is what you are. You cheated me. I thought you were this. I thought you were that. Now you're doing this. Now blah, 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 blah. All broken. Then they avoid suffering. They avoid. Break up or divorce. Separated. And then they say, kya hua? Blessings. Grace. Grace separated us. Otherwise we would have suffered. Absolutely. Grace brought you together. Grace separated you. So what does it mean? Grace is working at all times. Whether in good times or bad times, grace is there. That is there. Consistently, the blessing and grace is always there. The light is always there. It saves you at all times. Protects you at all times. But then, how important it is to be yourself. How liberating it is to be yourself. I am telling you, if you are liberated, if you are just what you are, the imperfect you do all the nonsense, you don't care, you just live the way you are. Actually, that's why I stress so much on being yourself. Be yourself. Dare to be yourself. In a world that is trying to make you something else. Conformity. When do you become conformed to other things? When do you adapt? When do you adjust? When do you become something else which you don't want to become? When you want to be in somebody's books. Good books. Then you adjust to the groups. Oh, the lifestyle is that way. The function is this way. Oh, they live this way. Now our heart is not telling that, but you adjust to it. Now, why? Because you can't survive otherwise. You will be thrown out or you are considered an outcast. And you don't want to be an outcast. You want to be appreciated. You want a belonging. You want a sense of belonging. Let me tell you very clearly. You get into groups because you want sense of belonging. You build up families because you want sense of belonging. The more people you bring into your life because you want a sense of belonging. You want to belong somewhere. Correct me if I am wrong. That sense of belonging has taken you into a group. And now to belong there, you will do everything which is not even aligned in you. And slowly that will eat you up. One day it will not matter to you. It will not make sense to you. You won't feel comfortable. You won't be yourself. You can't be yourself. You can't be an actor all the time. I am this way. I am an imperfect being with my own flaws. But the world demands me to be in a certain way. Now to be in the good books of the world, I have changed myself and it is so torturing. The day you be yourself, just the way you are, not caring about these flaws, not caring about these philosophies of spiritual person means enlightened and beautiful and peaceful and calm, no trace of anger, no trace of desire, no trace of ego and all that blah blah blah. If you just keep all that bullshit away and just live life naturally like this bird is. Instead of running here, there, doing this, that, trying to be this, that, just settle down and be the bird. Enjoy the breeze. And the land will come. Just being yourself. It is very liberating. People will have no other option, I'm telling you, but to accept you the way you are. Leave no options for others to accept you the way you are. I am this way. Now, I am this way comes in two forms. I'm not saying the other one, where is I'm this way. May I say you? I'm not saying that. I am what I am. It's okay. And if somebody tells, see, the other day I was sitting here, and another day, why? Yesterday only I was singing a song. चर्चा तेरा कल छाँदवी की रात कुछ ने कहा ये चांद है कुछ ने कहा ये चांद है कुछ ने कहा चेहरा तेरा कल. I was enjoying because after many years I was just flipping the channel and suddenly this Jagjit Singh, this song came and I remembered it, my old days. I was singing it. I thought, let me record it. Now when I put the recording, now if I am a spiritual person, I am not supposed to do that. You know that? You know that? You are not supposed to put such romantic ghazals. You are beyond all that. I didn't even think about it. I put it. And then I had some nice feedbacks. You're still into all that? I mean, you have to be into all that to sing a song? Who said so? I mean, I can't even sing something which came from my memory and I felt so good singing. I don't know about the lyrics, what it meant and all that. Maybe it's some romantic stuff. But when I sang it, and you can see it in the video, I'm enjoying it. I love it. So somebody is pointing on that. Somebody has caught that. Somebody is not seeing the freedom I have. You know, the cheerfulness, the what do you call, the completeness that I'm enjoying in that moment, in that song. That they're not seeing. They're seeing the lyrics of that song. What is going on in your mind? I'm free. I don't know what's settling to. And then I posted it on Instagram today morning, I think. Today morning, yesterday only. And then I went into the bedroom there, where my mom's room is there. My cat was there. I was holding it yesterday night. I was trying to put it to sleep and all that. And my mom laughed loudly. That's what happened. I saw your song on Instagram. You were singing that, Kal Chaudivi Ki Raat. And she was laughing. I said, oh, you like the song? I said, yeah, your belly can be seen in that. I think it can still be seen here little. पेट दिख रहा है तुम्हारा उसमें? I said, what? पेट दिख रहा है? Didn't you see that? I said, so what? ये ठीक नहीं लगता. I said, पेट है तो दिखेगा. मुझे पेट क्या छुपाना है? पेट है तो है. Now will I keep my camera in such a way to बहुत उसको अलंकृत करके हो? I don't know. Free hand आया जहाँ पे पोजीशन रखा मैंने. अभी भी दिख रहा है शायद यहाँ पे. I said, what has that got to do with the pet? And she was laughing. Hey, ठीक नहीं. I said, तुमने गाना सुना? क्या था गाना? गाने का इंटरेस्ट नहीं है. लोग क्या कहेंगे? How are you presenting yourself? How will people see you? How will people view me? What comments will they have? What opinions will they have? God damn it, I don't care a damn about it. See, when you live in this manner, when you don't care anything, you are just the way you are. You want to be this way. I love being this way. And what is this? This is what my Gurudev gave the best teaching. Accept yourself the way you are. You are completely accepting yourself the way you are. I am this way. And I just told her, it's okay. है तो दिखेगा पेट उसमें के. मुझे उसमें कुछ ये नहीं छुपाना उपाना कुछ नहीं. And I went coolly and कोई ये नहीं. And now why did I say that? I asked her, did you hear the song? No. I also laughed. Because what I had done for, I wanted to convey the song, that only is not heard. You saw the page and somebody saw the lyrics and they are in that, stuck in that. Now to adhere to somebody's lyrics, oh this lyrics is not, नहीं चलता है तो मैं सिर्फ भजन भजन गाते रहूं, मैं नहीं करूंगा. और फिर मैं ये दिखेगा तो मैं कैमरा ऐसे एडजस्ट करके नहीं करूंगा. I'll be the way I am. I accept myself the way I am. एंड झगड़ा भी नहीं करूंगा किसी से. उनके कमेंट में भी बोला वंडरफुल, मैं ऐसे ही हूँ, रोमांटिक ही समझो या उसमें ही समझो. मम्मी को भी ऐसे बोला, आई डोंट केयर. वाई? आई एक्सेप्ट देम ऑल्सो द वे दे आर. आई डोंट वांट टू चेंज देम. लड़ना नहीं है किसी के साथ. उनको किसको क्या प्रूव करना है. आई एक्सेप्ट बोथ ऑफ देम द वे दे आर. ऐसा नहीं कोई गलती किया उन्होंने. मेरी मदर है, शी इज लिटिल कंसर्न कि उनको हमेशा ऐसी चीजों पे कंसर्न है. तो ठीक है, मदरली, आई अंडरस्टैंड. एज अ मदर यू फील दैट, सो ओके, आई एक्सेप्ट द पर्सन. सी, दिस इज मुक्ति. This is freedom. You can live the way you want. For me, by the end of the day, everything is not about what I do, how I do, where I do, what I do. It's not about all that. How successful I am in the world, how much money I have. It's not about all that. It's at the end of the day, how peaceful I am, how restful I am, how cheerful I am from within. How I can sit, if I sit even for 4 hours with myself, I have no issues. I can sit like this, staring into the skies, doing nothing. It doesn't bore me. That is liberation for me. I don't know, everybody's definitions might be different. So, what is happening? The journey I am completely enjoying. I am in the journey. I am moving in the journey, being fully present in the moment and doing what I have to do and doing what I have to do. I'm not bothered about how to do, how not to do, what to do, how much karma is left, how much this is left. God knows. Now, if I get into how much karma is there, how much this is there, I'll spoil my life. All my time I'll be in that. Then my ego will boost and tell, now the karma is there, you got to finish that up, do. Now clean it. Then I'll get into intense tapas to clean it. The ego cleaning the ego. And it's a big war. And the end I have seen people. That's why I said the other day, I said constipated look. People carry constipated look. Those who do very rigorous. And they're still not happy. Why? When they can be happy? Because they are still worried. Oh, I finished today 2 hours. I did for 10 days 10 hours or 20 hours. Now where? कितना बचा है? और 10 साल हो गए. I've done so much. और कितने साल जाएगा? और एक 10 साल, 20 साल हो गए. और कितना बचेगा? जिंदगी गई इसमें, कॉन्स्टिपेशन में. And what has happened? You have missed the moment. In the moment you have missed, you are already anticipating the future, planning for the future, doing so much for the future. What? To burn up your past karmas. You want to burn up that? And so you plan for the future. All in the past and future. Your present is gone. You have not lived in the moment. The moment that you got also, you were involved in all the practices which again kept you in the past and present. Not in the moment. I say, even if you're doing your practices, learn awareness. Because then your sadhana will give multifold results. Because in your sadhana also you're not there. I've seen people, they're not there. They're doing it just because for the sake of doing. Otherwise they are scared. What will happen if you don't follow our rules? So for following rules, if you do this, doesn't work. These are very unconditional kind of practices, sadhanas. What my guru taught is very unconditional sadhana. You have to sit very selflessly, very unconditionally. No demands, no asks, nothing. Not even any expectations out of the sadhana. Just for the sake of it. Just for that. No non-doership, nothing. You be in that moment. He has taught so many beautiful ways. We don't catch that. I'm planning to take one session completely on that. How to do these practices, even if you're involved in practice. How to do it the right way. The true way that the Master taught. That he himself all his life spent in the true quality ways. There's so many things in his teachings which we miss out. If I go on, this will extend. I don't want to go into that. But if that simmers down, and if you're aware, completely experiencing and enjoying that bliss of that sadhana, of that practice, in the moment, contentment will come. With contentment comes saturation. You are having enough of it. Then you will want to go even deeper beyond just these practices, deep within. Because these practices will only open the external layers. And once they open the external layers, your inner layer, then you can see this and you dive inside. That is the whole idea of all the practices that all the masters teach. So once you understand this, it becomes easy. You don't get stuck in the practice itself with some wrong ideas and calculations of how much, kitna bacha. Whole life will go in that. And what will happen if the whole life goes? You have never lived your life. In the end, you will leave discontent. You have never enjoyed what life is. How can you enjoy? Until you simmer down and settle and accept all the imperfections of yourself, of this world, understand it's not a perfect world, understand this is not a perfect body, it can go wrong anytime, anywhere, understand this is not a perfect mind, it can go wrong anytime, understand this personality also can waver, it will keep wavering, it's all okay. Accept it. So when you accept it, what happens is suddenly your awareness settles only what is left. What is left? You. All these things are ego. It's all the time awareness is in the ego. Do this, that, and this and that, and masks and this, and calculations and karma and balance and expectations and all this. This is all ego. Once you let go of that, what remains? You remove the ego is your awareness, yourself. It drops. The awareness drops there automatically. And then you are with yourself. In the most imperfect way. But I am telling you in the most perfect dynamic way. Because that imperfection, when you live fully, you experience fullness. Very strange. Very, very strange. In that incompleteness, you experience completeness. I have seen, I enjoy my imperfection. Not enjoy means I don't say I enhance it. Oh, I have imperfection and who cares? No, I'm aware of my imperfections. But I'm also aware that as all the other imperfections from my previous time has washed away slowly, gradually, this also will go. Why this will remain. So if it is going to anyhow go, I have seen proof that it has so many has gone, flaws has gone. I know that in my future journey also it will go. So when it has to go, let it go. Why should I bother about it? So let that grace, let that alignment, let that surrender, whatever you call that, let that work upon it and let me enjoy my life, being myself. That's the sutra of secret. So I thought I'll just explain this thing because morning I put a post and there were little things, jittery, then what is the use? If prematurely I cannot apply it, then why should I listen to it? No, now it should be clear. Leave all these ignorances through clarity and conviction. So don't wait for a new year to do that. Every day is a new year. Don't fall in for all those fancies. You will get lost in all that. Matlab hi nahi hai. Like I told you so many things. You simply get lost in it and jo asli tattva hai, you miss that. You miss the bus. What is the asli tattva? The awareness. The realness. If you are a soul that is immortal, that is eternal all the time, like Ma Anandamayi said, I am still the same. So if you are still the same, what is that New Year resolution all about? Resolution is again that same nonsense. Oh, I am bad, I didn't have this, I did not do this, I have to now rectify myself, so next year I am going to correct. You are bringing your past in your present and deciding for the future, how to clean up your future, and you are losing your present doing this activity. Where you should have been apart from this, just being here. This is New Year. This is your happy birthday. This moment. So every moment, the more you live in it, the more you will see it blossoming. All these things are just blossoming all the time, continuously. And the celebration of happy birthday And the celebration of good morning, good afternoon, good evening, hi, hello, how are you, all those things, that is happening right now in this moment. Even the New Year resolutions are getting resolved by itself. See, when you know resolution means what? Something that is resolving itself. What you are doing to do that resolutions? What are you doing to change your personality? What are you doing? You have to be in awareness. You have to live in this moment completely. Then that resolutions will take care of itself. You are taking a book and pen and noting it down will not change resolution. History has done it. History of your own and the whole world, you see, nobody has maintained the resolution. Just for 2 days ka natak hai wo. 2 days nautanki. So do you want to fall for all those things? Just because the world is doing it unconsciously? You waste your time and energy in all these things. Whereas your time should have been here, in the now, in the moment. So with this thing, I think I covered whatever I wanted to say. 3:30, 31, 32, 33, 34 hours. So good enough, because I won't be doing this Sunday the live. I thought I'll come online and do this. In case you have joined late and you have not seen the whole, look at the whole video. If you are truly interested in your liberation, truly interested in becoming aware of who you are, truly finding that source of freedom, that source of strength, and the source of light, that guidance from within, and that cheerfulness, that being happy in that moment, every moment, that contentment, that peace. If you're looking for these as the true definition of liberation, watch this video from the start. And watch it in awareness. Spend time whenever such lives are happening or such videos are happening. Spend complete time in understanding, because these can become the seeds of those mature teachings. Don't worry if you are mature or immature. Don't even go to judge yourself. Where am I reached? Am I mature enough? Am I immature? Don't even go to judge yourself. Whatever appeals to your inner self, that is the seed. Just take that. It appeals to you. Yeah, this makes sense. Wow. And if it liberates you at that moment, if it's giving you a certain joy, a certain kind of thrill, yes, and a certain kind of peace, yes, that's meant for you. Take that as a seed and put it in the seed and keep nurturing that seed. Over a period of time, I'm telling you, guaranteed, over a period of time, you'll see that has turned into a fruit. You are not bothered about how long the tree is going to be, how quickly the tree is going to come, how many years it will take. I don't care. I know the seed is there. What I'm doing is, I'm busy watering it, nourishing it. What do I mean by nourishing it and watering it and putting manure and taking care of it? It just means my practice of awareness. I'm nourishing means I'm repeatedly reminding myself this seed, whatever seed I've received. Yes, this is a beautiful seed. I remind myself through whatever ways, through books or mistakes or your guru, or connecting to scriptures, or any, and like these videos, and anything that keeps you reminding of who you really are. That is nurturing those seeds which you have received again and again, and it will keep growing. And when the fruit has to come, let it come. Who's bothered? One day it will just pop up. You'll see it. I've seen these fruits pop up in my life like this, and suddenly, before realizing, those things just happen. I know it's a very spontaneous things which I cannot calculate, but I know it will come gradually. This knowing that it will come gradually is what is called Shraddha, faith. When you have this faith and this not caring when it will come is called Saburi, Sai Baba's words. With this, I take your leave. If you have any questions or anything, quickly you can ask me. I'll stay for 1 minute. If anything is unclear in this or anything, I'll just clarify it. But I'm glad a couple of you just stayed back here despite it being an odd day, Thursday, an odd time again. Shilpa, brilliant session, very useful and practical tips on spiritual journey. Lots of doubts cleared. Thank you so much. I'm grateful, Shilpa. I'm grateful for your honest messages and all that. For all of you who keep sending me mails, messages on how it is helping the journey. I was so delighted to meet so many people in Tiruvannamalai. This is the first time it has happened. Because I've been traveling always to Tiruvannamalai. I've never met so many people. I was just there 4 days and I met 1, 2, 3, 4 people I met in 4 days. And the day of exiting, when I was having my last dinner and I was going to take my bus, that moment also there was another family there. They were sitting beside me. And they recognized, oh, yeah, you are here and all those things. And I said, you're so and so. Yeah, they're all watching this, shifting into awareness. And husband, wife and child, all 3 of them. I spoke to them and they were there for 2, 3. I'm so happy. Continuously I'm seeing. And before me going, there were 4, 5 people already who had gone to Tiruvannamalai. Had arranged for their rooms, taxis and all those things. So continuity I can see. And the time I exited, this family was there and it was in the bus. I got another message that somebody is reaching tomorrow on 25th, Christmas Day, to Chennai. 2 couples, 2 people from Delhi. Again they're moving to Tiruvannamalai from there. So it was all adjusted. And then again I see another family writing to me, somebody from Karnataka going there. So I gave some direction. And then I see that person is there. Then I see another 2 persons. Just today they wrote, we were in Tiruvannamalai and thank you, we went to these places and brilliant experience, stillness and all that. So I'm like awed. Oh my God, there's so much of activity in 1 month. Probably because it's holiday time. But good. I'm very happy that the Tattva is appealing. And I'm so grateful for Arunachala for giving me this opportunity to sit there in his lap and convey these things, where people are telling the Arunachala messages are very good, live messages. I can see that because sometimes even for 4 hours I have listened in my travel, my own, and I keep wondering, when did I say this? Oh, when did this come? Oh, wonderful. I myself say that. So I know it is that Tattva, that Arunachala, that Tattva is working. So imagine if you are there and if you activate that and you get your inner guidance, inner light activated, and you start seeing that, it's an inner journey light. It's a beautiful, and I'm really enjoying this part of this journey. So again, I'm going to be traveling this time for a couple of days. Tonight, midnight is my train, so I'm again moving. So I'm not there for the live. I'll try to see if I can do it from somewhere in between. If not, then I'll come back and I'll do it. Hemlata, Namaskar Jacobai. Due to my travels, I've not been able to watch the lives, but now I'm back to my routine. Thank you so much. Yeah, great. All these I have left in the Facebook, but what I'm doing is I'm collecting all this every day. Whatever live I do, all the live I do, I upload it simultaneously also into my YouTube channel, Shifting into Awareness, because people should not miss it. It's all there in one place. And multiple videos and channels are there. Of course, in one of the personal sessions also, somebody gave me an advice, a suggestion that, if step by step certain things can be, it will be good, because if they want to go and see, it's a huge database there and they won't know. And each video file is like 3 hours to 6 hours, 7 hours. There is no way to actually go in there. I said, yes, I'll work on that. So I'll come out with that thing also, structured format. And as I told you, I'm even planning the courses, online courses, which will be very structured to the point, and I would like to interact directly on that and clear a lot, because I told you, we cannot clear a lot of things in the masses. Everybody is different. I have seen in the personal session, same questions. 3 people ask 3 different solutions. Same question, same situations. Because the structure, the environment, the karmic factor, there's so many factors that rules one person. I believe it's difficult to give one solution always. So that is my idea. If you develop this awareness and this light of awareness starts sprouting from within, then you don't have to hunt. Your light of awareness will show you what is right. And it is not something that you take and install from outside. I'm not giving it a package. Oh, I come here, I give you some package, or I give you a secret formula and send you, and then you install. It's not that way. It's all not that nonsense. You are awareness. Simple. So anything that is clouding that awareness, I am trying to make you aware so that you shed that. The moment you shed that, you come into your awareness, and the moment you live in your awareness, these things start coming out, that inner light. That becomes your guide. So that's the whole purpose about. So the courses will be again guided towards that. 13th, 14th, 15th also in Pune there's a retreat that I'm having. This is not my personal retreat, but somebody has invited me to teach in their ashram, Rishi Gurukulam in Pune, the awareness, because they found this concept very good. They followed some of my videos and they have invited me there for 2.5 days. So I'm going there. But some of you, I see that you were interested and you wanted. I said, okay, if you're coming, come. So I have not advertised it, I have not literally made advertisement on those posts and all that. One post I put it there. So that if anybody wants, it's fine. If you cannot make it, also fine, because that's not a big thing. But that I found it's a natural setting. It's in the mountains and they're offering some kind of tent accommodations and all this. So it's little, what you call, adventurous kind of stuff. So I said, okay, that place also is divine. Let us experience some stillness and some things that can turn out there. Maybe it's the mandala's way of doing it. And that's exactly why I have agreed to that and we are doing it. So if you are interested, you can just look into my posts of the Pune retreat. It's on 13th, 14th and 15th. 13th they are arriving, 14th and 15th is the event. And 16th one day I have kept it for travel. I have just told the people, if you like, we can get together and put a taxi and then go to Alandi, which is the Jiva Samadhi of Dhaneshwar Maharaj. Very powerful Samadhi. And then Tukaram ji's place of liberation also is in Dehu next to that. And then we come back in Pune. There is Jangli Maharaj and there is Jiva Samadhi of Jangli Maharaj and Jiva Samadhi of Shankar Maharaj. Two of them. And I believe there is a living Avadhuta also there in Pune, which I have heard of. So probably, if the grace is there, that he also, his darshan also would be possible. So this I have kept it on 16th. I am not personally taking people around or anything like that. It's just I have given an idea and everybody was excited. I said, okay, we'll do that. So 16th, a taxi can be arranged and I can give the directions to that. Depending on my availability, if I'm there, I'll be there, surely there. If I'm not, if I have to stay back with their team for some other things, then I'm there only for a couple of days. So I don't know. That's very spontaneous. But you can go. I've been to all these places, so you can go. Definitely. Because anyhow, you're coming to that very divine location and Pune so far. So you can utilize this also. Some people have to go back because their flights they have already booked back on 15th night or 16th morning or something like that. In that case, 13th if you're arriving, you can also have a separate taxi and you can go to these places and you can come to Katarkhadak ashram in Pune. It takes 2 hours from Pune, 1 hour 45 minutes from Pune to come. So you can have your travel here, all this, and directly come there to the ashram by 13th itself. So that I think I'll give you an idea as it come close, because I don't know how many people are there and all that. So it's just 3 days of freaking out and being yourself. No rigid rules, nothing like just being yourself. So I would just want to demonstrate how life is when you be yourself and would like you to taste that. That's the idea there. And apart from that, I don't know, I might do retreats in Tirunamalai and Kanjangad also. I'm just awaiting instructions because it's all about them. Including my new travel that I'm going tonight also. I'm going because of that inner call. Because I was sitting there in Tirunamalai and doing this awareness because Kannubai and his wife Umaji were there. And we were just casually saying, we'll just sit and a session just happened. It was like, very spontaneous and it was very deep. And that time the peacocks walked in from there in front of us, and I was, because my eyes were open there, they were in their own state. I saw them and I immediately took out my mobile and shot that, continuously. And they were surrounding us and all. And after that, the session ended, the peacocks distributed, they dispersed here and there. And I was just put my mobile into my pocket, I got a call. And somebody was like on the other end was like in a very deep tone saying that, where are you? We have not heard from you so long. How nice to meet you. We want to come to Tirunamalai, we are not able to, blah, blah, these problems and that problems, we wanted to meet and all that. I said, I'll come then, where you are. So that's how I'm going tonight. So spend a couple of 3-4 days and come back. I'm going to Goa actually. So these families are from Goa. I've got my couple of friends there also at the same time. So I'll spend some time there and with all of them probably in the new year return back. So that's the whole idea. That's all that I know for now. I just booked my train yesterday. Tonight's train. That's all I know. The rest I don't know anything. So thank you guys for listening to me with all your patience with all my stories. Sham bhai, thank you so much bhai. Kal milenge bhai. Your discourses help a lot. Thank you very much. Yeah, Anita ji, thank you. Thank you for sharing your feedback. Himlata wanted to share my experience. I went to a Sai Baba temple in India last week and was so amazed to see a lamp lit in front of Jesus Christ picture. I remembered you thinking of the oneness and awareness sessions with you. Yeah, that's beautiful. Even in Belgaum, the place I used to go, Shirdi, there was a Jesus' photo. And they used to light a lamp in front of him also. But recently I saw they have taken it off. There are these religious sentiments attached with it. But these are the masters who had same unison. Some people appreciate that. Some people don't see the differences between Jesus and Sai. They were almost the same kind of. Two different personalities. But Sai used to wear just one pair of clothes all the time. One long robe. Jesus Christ was he had just one pair of clothes. All the time he walked in that long robe. And here Sai also walked in that long robe. Sai was fakir, mukta, vairagi. Jesus was the same, fakir, parivarajaka. He wandered so many places. So these tattvas are so powerful, I'm telling you. I mean, we are missing it because all these great masters, the mystics of even today's century, have pointed out of the greatness of the vastness of Jesus Christ, the consciousness that he reached. Yogananda Paramahamsa talked about him in Autobiography of Yogi and many other. He has written 2 books here. The Return of Jesus Christ, so thick books. Kriya Yogas, Yogananji. Autobiography of Yogi, a person, Paramahamsa Yogananda. He has written it. The Return of Jesus. Ramakrishna acknowledged him. He spoke about his experience with Jesus. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. Vivekananda spoke about Jesus. He said, if I would have been there during the time of Jesus in Palestine, where he lived, Jesus lived, I would have washed his feet with not my blood but my heart's blood. This is Swami Vivekananda saying it. There must be some reason, why all these great monks, mystics talk about Jesus. My Gurudevs had so high reverence for Jesus Christ. Whenever I was there around, he used to talk about, because nobody else wanted to hear the religious discrimination. Nobody is interested. So you tell me so much about Jesus Christ, including so many mysteries about him, even where he is now. He is not dead or anything, like what they believe. They crucified him, or some theories even in Kashmir he was buried and all that. So my Guru was telling me very easy. Because even in the Nath Sampradaya he was acknowledged. And my Guru comes from that lineage. He spoke about his experience with Jesus Christ. He spoke about the mystics when he was in Rajasthan and Himalaya, that side, who told him about Jesus Christ, about Yesunath. The Mahatmas of the Registan, who told my Gurudev about how Jesus came in here and who brought him here and all those things. And what he did here, his Mahima. Jesus was there even in Aravali. So it's a mighty being. It's a mighty being. But we have limited because, he is a Christian. He is not a Christian. You are a Christian and a Hindu and a Muslim. They have nothing. Sai Baba was even Muslim plus Hindu. Allah Malik, he used to say, sitting in Dwarka Mai, which is a masjid. So these are the things. And even Sri M spoke about him. I saw the video I had posted about Jesus Christ and his greatness. Sadhguru also spoke about Jagi Vasudev. He also spoke about the greatness of Jesus. All the even modern mystics also, they all know about it. They spoke. When I was in the Himalayas, there 2-3 mystics told me about Jesus. They were talking about Jesus. So I felt so good. And that when you say now that you saw this photograph with Sai, no doubt they're all the same. Absolutely the same. In fact, nobody knows the secret. Nobody knows the details of, we love Mahaavatar Baba. We say Mahaavatar Baba. It was Mahaavatar Baba who brought Jesus to India. Mahaavatar Baba's plan was to spread the same spiritual knowledge and essence, that consciousness, all over the world. Here he had chosen this lineage of Yukteswar Giri Maharaj, Lahari Mahase, Yukteswar Ji Maharaj, and then Yoganand Paramahamsa. And that was all a destined plan. It was a pre-plan. It was all decided generations before, 2 generations before. When Mahaavatar Baba initiated Lahari Mahase Ji only, it was very there-thai. It was decided that somewhere down the line there will come a yogi who will take these teachings to the West. That was Yoganand Paramahamsa. It was decided before. And it was told, instructed very clearly that this has to be given to Yukteswar Ji. And Yukteswar Ji was always guided. You will get a disciple who will take that thing. That all pre-decided. Plans of Mahaavatar Baba. But then, when it got spread here, he wanted somebody, a representative, to take these teachings in its own fashion there. Because they don't have a lineage. You cannot call that a lineage. People might call it the lineage of Mahaavatar. They don't have all that stuff. That Mahaavatar Baba's lineage is different. And there is no difference. All that they want is consciousness. Enlightenment of the consciousness. So they will do anything for that in whatever language they want to. So they saw in this field, the Eastern world, this was better. So they chose to do it in this format, this lineage. They chose that. And Mahaavatar Baba felt that this can be spread out in the West in their own language. He chose Jesus Christ, Yesunath, for that. And in certain different ways, I don't want to get deep into it. He was given that. And Jesus returned with that. And he spread the teachings in its own way, in a different format, not the same. Without any name of title of path and lineage and all that. We have this problem, Like I said, if I say Jake Light here, they don't like it. They will say Jake Shivanand. Jake Light. They will say Jacob Shivanand. They will remind me. I have not forgotten that. I have a profile with that also. But the purpose is the different masses. So what if I change my name? The tattva is the same. What I talk is exactly the same. What my master used to speak. Conscious wise. Vocabulary is different. The practices might be different. Everything might be different. Look different. But it's not. The tattva is the same. The light is the same. The light that I hold within me as a Jake light also is my Gurudev's. Now it came to him from his Gurudev. This is how it goes. This light is contagious and it has no name or form. It just spreads. So all that we are concerned about is the light, not with the identity. So I don't want to keep boasting about this linear, that linear. Nothing actually exists in that manner. Okay. So this is just our notion that we carry. A sense of belonging, a sense of pride or ego, what you call that, you want to associate it with that. So I know the work can still be done, and even the masters know that the work still goes on with the claiming or without claiming and all that it was. So when Jesus went and he spread his teachings there, over a period of time they saw that became Kattarpanthi, fanatical. It developed into a cult, into a religion. That is not what the idea was. No great masters or ascended masters want to create diversities more. But unfortunately, as it comes down the line, everybody creates and trademarks it and then it becomes their own brand. Like this religion also became Christianity. So when it became that, divisions happened, diversities. So now, Mahaavatar Baba was, and the Guru Mandala, they are aware of it. So they wanted to dissolve that. To dissolve that difference, that gap which got created as a Hindu and Christian, they sent Yogananda Paramahamsa to the West. And that is the mission with which Yogananda Paramahamsa went to the West. And if you notice very carefully, you will see that he preached the oneness of both. He used the Krishna Tattva and the Christ Tattva. That is why you will see in Kriya Yoga, Krishna and Jesus also there. And he did a lot of work, Yogananda. Many of you don't know, many of us don't know this, but I'm telling you, if you investigate, you'll know. He did a lot of work to unite the Bhagavad Gita and the Holy Bible. Showing and references, taking out references and showing the similarities and trying to tell them it's not different. There is no difference between Christ consciousness and Krishna consciousness is what his work was, his mission was that. And that is why he wrote the second coming of Christ, Jesus Christ. Oh, Yogananda Paramahamsa. 2 big books. It's there, I have in my list. Beautiful. He has explained the teachings of Jesus Christ. So anyways, I went a little off the topic, but still I thought it's an important thing so that most of us don't know it. So we can know about these things. The unity. Why I'm emphasizing on all these things. See, there, that level there is unity. The Mahavatar Baba that we admire so much, the ascended masters we admire, they don't have any problem. We have problem. This is our ego. The rigidity of not wanting to let go of this diversity and labeling ourselves as Hindu, Muslim, Christians, this path, that path, this lineage, that lineage, identifying with a certain sect and calling the other different. This problem is our problem. This is our biggest challenge to that oneness. And the highest truth is oneness. How much ever you practice Advaita, how much ever challenge lagake, I'm challenging. You practice any practice of Advaita without this oneness, rang nahi laega. Because the astitva hi nahi hai. It is dead. You are practicing something conflicting. Advaita means non-dual. One. There cannot be two. Then how can we hold on to Advaita? I'm a practitioner of Advaita and still I hold, you are different, I am different, my path is different, that path is different. This religion different, that religion different. Why? Where the indifference? Then you cannot be practicing that Advaita. The Advaita Tattva itself needs the foundation of oneness. Otherwise you are doing something else in the name of Advaita. Are you getting that? You are doing something else in the name of Advaita. In ignorance. That is not Advaita. So, am I an Advaitin? If I want to ask myself, after so many years of boasted practice that I have done, so many years of boasted practice that I have done this Advaita practice. Just sit and see. Does it trigger you? Does Jesus trigger you? Does Muhammad trigger you? Does Guru Nanak trigger you? Does any of the teachings and preachings of any other mystics of any other religion trigger you? Does the Holy Quran, the Bhagavad Gita, the Guru Granth Sahib and the Bhagavad Gita, does any of this trigger you? You're not there. You're not even reached close to the word, even the word Advaita. I'm telling you this very frankly. If any difference you see in your path, if the pride is there, this is my path, this is somebody else's path, I belong to this lineage, you belong to that lineage, you are not even an inch closer to Advaita. I'm telling you this openly. Until that thing comes, the spirit of Advaita, you are not going to unfold the fruits of that Advaita. That is why I'm telling you, show me one guy, show me one person who has done this Advaita practice and has reached that oneness state, in that self-realized, liberated. Show me one person. One person who has successfully. You can't have success without these basic fundamentals being clear. Because I see so much of rigidity when it comes to that oneness. Nobody wants to embrace each other. You're looking at each other at so different. Separate each other. You can't look at an animal in kindness. You see Chitu, the dirty dog, and a pet dog, nice dog. Where is Advaita in that? Advaita means it's all dissolved into one. I'm not saying if you do the practice, you suddenly become an Advaitin and suddenly all the change. No, but as I told you, the seeds has to be born. The seeds has to be born first. And then you nourish it. Even if that is not your experience. If you're feeling, oh, this is a different caste guy, or this is a lower caste guy, or this is another religion, I don't like it. It's okay. But become aware of it at least. Become aware that it's not okay. At least become aware of this, conscious of this. No, this is not right. And then accept your flaws. Accept yourself the way you are. Oh, okay, I have some indifferences. But I know my indifferences will go because the highest tattva, the highest goal I know is oneness. See the truth, even if you can't experience it. At least philosophy. And then throw the ladder. I saw many people boasting of throwing the ladder. Hey, there's nothing in all this philosophy. There's nothing in this Gyan. See, the scriptures also has to be discarded. This mystic told, that Bhagwan told, this avatar told, that all your Gyan also has to be thrown away. What is the use? I am not going to do it. No. You know how foolish it is? The Gyan, the wisdom, what we are talking about, these higher truths, whatever we are talking about, this is your ladder. To climb the ladder, you need wisdom. You need wisdom to climb the ladder. You need to know even how to keep. You first need to know to go there. You need a ladder first. Forget putting the ladder. First, you got to be conscious that I need a ladder that has to come into you. That is all wisdom. Somebody will teach you. Your parents will teach you. Society will teach you. Your teacher, your master, your guru will teach you. This is the ladder. Pick up this ladder. Keep it this way. Start walking. Hold on this. Keep 1 foot at a time. All the guidance will come. This is your knowledge. This is your wisdom. Only when you climb the ladder and you reach on top, then only you can throw the ladder. Because then you don't need it. Even if you don't throw, you will go ahead. The ladder will hang there. The ladder is of no use to you because you have climbed it. Till then, you should not get into this false interpretation of feeling that, oh, prematurely, and the ladder is not needed, and you're halfway, and you say, throw the ladder. You will also go with the ladder down. This is prematurely understanding the teaching. Maturely means wait for you to complete the ladder. First, even to discard the teachings, discard the wisdom. बहुत ज्ञान है, ये ज्ञान पूरा empty करना पड़ेगा. I have heard many people telling, this is not a place for you to learn. This is to unlearn. You got to unlearn. How are you going to unlearn? Ask and see. There will be no answer. From the people who say unlearn, ask them, teach me. How do I unlearn this? What I have learned all my life. My teachers taught me. My school, my parents, my guru taught me. Can you please tell me how to unlearn? They'll have no answer. This is all philosophy. Unlearning means when you drop the instrument of that learning, that is your mind. Your mind is the one that learns. When you no more live in your mind, you live more in awareness, in soul consciousness. Slowly this weakens down. This knowledge now dissolves automatically because you are not using it. Because you are established somewhere else. And that is how it dies. That is how this unlearning will happen. That is your final mukti. Because still this knowledge is there, still it will keep you hooked. So slowly, all that thing will die. What did I say? After enlightenment, the monks still walked around with each other, waiting for their prarabdha to exhaust. That wait is still there for the unlearning. But if somebody tells you, oh, you come here, leave, remove all the wisdom and come here empty, show me how to do it. Just ask. You tell me, I'll unlearn. Show me right now, how do I unlearn? I'm ready to take your new learnings. Because why are they emptying you? Why do people empty you? Because they want to put in something new in there. Somebody says, my philosophy will not fit in you because you are already filled, too much of filled. So you first remove this and then come to me. Means you empty yourself, then I'll put my new stuff, panda, into you. Then that's your new knowledge. It's all nonsense. Is Kasman se gira khajur mein atka, wahi hai story. True unlearning means the true mystic will tell you, dissolve it. And he will not give you any new teachings. He will ask you to dissolve it, because the moment you dissolve it, all the wisdom will emanate from within you. You don't need another somebody to fill your instrument. That's the whole idea about dropping the ladder. Means that only after reaching. So when I talk so much about inner guru, about Ramana Maharshi saying inner guru, your external guru is no one but your inner guru. That also you have to go through a phase. You have to go with the external guru. You have to learn. You have to understand that. You cannot have a shortcut without having an external guru. If you say, no, I want directly an internal, it will not possible, because first you will have to experience the outer guru. You will have to see all the pros and cons. You will have to see and learn and experience everything. And then finally that experience and life will teach you that guru, what you see outside is not outside. It's the same conscience. What I spoke, light. It's the same light I am talking about. So I connect to the light and I get it. And when I get it, I am light, Guru is light, everything. And when I realize and establish in that, the external physicality disappears. That is when the ladder disappears. You don't even have to leave it. It disappears. It is of no use to you, ladder. You have climbed out. But till then I cannot boast. Or until I have reached the ripened state, shaking the ladder, I cannot say that, I learned this new funda, let me now leave this. I cannot drop it. I'll go with the ladder. These droppings are not to be done. It's a wrong if somebody is saying, go unlearn it. It's wrong. Because then there is so much of doership. You get entangled in that undoing. Undoing is another. You need another philosophy for that. You have wisdom, knowledge. Now that is becoming obstacle. So add on another knowledge of how to unlearn that. Are you seeing the catch of that? So it's actually not depletion, it's actually addition of another big trouble. The same trouble that you want to get out of, now you have another one attached to it. That's how the catch is. So if you really want to unlearn means dissolve it. Means don't exist in that place where knowledge is. With your practice into awareness or soul consciousness or abiding with the self and all that, more and more, the mind and its tattva, its element, its grossness, the ego will start dissolving. And this is where all that knowledge is. This is where that identity, the false identity, ignorance is. That will start dissolving. Let it dissolve. Let the ladder fall by itself. Let the ladder become useless to you. Then you will not want to pick it. Why will you want to go again and pick it? You will move ahead. That's what Sarvapriyananda Swamiji said. All sadhana and practices, Advaitan, he is an Advait master of Ramakrishna Paramahansa's Ramakrishna mission. He said all these sadhanas and practices are meant to make you tired. Tired means not hopelessness. Tired means experience it, everything, and then you realize, you new realizations come to you. But till that realization comes, you need that. There is no shortcut. If you ask me, how do I escape this and go there? You can't. Experience is everything. You have to go through it. Every mystic went through it. Every master has gone through it. That's why just accept yourself. That's why I say, every saint had a past. Every sinner has a future. That's how it works. With lots of divine love and light to all of you. Stay blessed.